Alright. Alright, okay. My dude's alright, okay. So, we are only like 25 minutes away from the newest dev interview. Hopefully my setup can handle this situation. So, yeah. Like, I haven't tried, like, reacting to, like, a stream that I can't, like, pause or anything before, so we'll just have to see how that goes. So we're just gonna switch over to that setup in, like, I guess, like, 20 minutes or something. And hopefully, like, it's not gonna give us any huge issues. I probably should, like, set up King's March. Like, just take a little bit of time now to kind of, like, just set up King's March. So that King's March can, like, just keep, like, my runners can just, like, keep chipping away at maps. And also let's send out some shipments. Just so the game can kind of, like, work for us as we are watching the dev interview. I'm excited, my dudes. I hope you guys are excited too. I hope there's going to be some great questions. And I hope we're going to also have some kind of, like, insight on what, like, the developers think about the league so far. So, yeah. How many more mappers do I... Okay, so I actually have room for quite a few more mappers, but I can only... Oh, hold on. I can hire a bunch more people. Okay, so we can hire... Okay, let's say that this dude is actually already just assigned here. Yeah, okay, he's assigned. So it's 2 here plus 5, that's 7, plus 6, that's 13. So we can hire 13 more mappers, my dudes. I mean, that's gonna bring up the efficiency quite a lot on the mapping, I think. So let's recruit 13 more mappers.
Here's the next set. Great choice.
I'm trying to go for the mappers that are, like, kind of like higher tiers than just 1. Like, at least, like, 2 or 3. They are a little bit more expensive than, like, the super cheapest mappers, but, like, they are not that more expensive. Okay, so we got 4.
Yes, that'll work. Here's the next set.
Okay, let's do this, dude. 5.
I'll get right on that.
6.
Here's the next set.
And this dude is quite expensive, but hopefully it's really good. 7. Okay, we need to do 6 more. This dude. 8.
Okay, yes, that'll work. I've got plenty more, eager to sign up. Let me just grab the next few applications.
Okay, 9.
I'll give them the tour. I've got plenty more
10.
to sign up. Here's the next set.
11. 2 more.
Couldn't have chosen better myself. Let me just grab the next few applications.
2 more. 12.
I've got plenty more.
And 13. Bro, we really spent a lot of gold here. I only have 50k. Bro, I need to run some quick charts, I think, just to get, like, the freaking gold up here. Okay, so let's just assign. I think it's easier to just, like, assign them from, like, the board here. Okay, so that's 6 out of 6 right there.
they can handle it.
3,
It's
4.
dangerous work. It's dangerous work, but they can handle it.
And that's the last one. So now all the 3 portals are filled up with runners. Let's see how much faster this is gonna be now. Like, hopefully it's gonna be quite fast. Like, we do want to give the runners, like, something to chew on as well, but, like, hopefully, like, having more of them employed, like, or having more of them run the maps is gonna help us get some better rewards.
Oh, it's you.
So I don't necessarily, like, hire them just to...
What have you got?
What? Oh yeah, we can't do that because it's not a... it's not a rare, I guess?
I'm here.
Hail. Let's make some dust. Let's make some dust.
Yeah, we really need to make some dust, my dudes. Bro, it would be interesting to kind of like test the runners on some freaking nasty stuffs. But I'm not gonna do that. Okay, let's see if we can just like... Okay, I'm gonna set up some more maps here. Just give me a second. Just some more tier 1s here for the runners. I just want to quickly get some more gold before this interview starts. Let me just pop over to the stream real quick and have a look. New league in 17 minutes, someone says in his chat. What? Okay, how much time is it left now? 15. Okay, 15 minutes? Yeah, I mean, yeah. So basically, yeah. 23 p.m. my time here. So 15 minutes, my dudes. 15 minutes. So, can I run some, like, super... Can I super quickly just run some charts here? I just want to run some, like, super quick charts.
Hail. Onward and upward.
Because we need to get the we need to get our gold game up, my dudes. Like, these mappers made the hourly wage 15k gold. Also, I need to go to the bathroom real quick before we start the dev stream. Uh, 10 minutes with like super intense charting here, my dudes, for the gold.
In you go. We don't have long.
I cannot do this yet.
Light her up.
I even started a trade character yesterday off stream, because I kind of like want to get the feel for that situation as well, you know. I want to get a feel for the trade situation. But currently I'm not doing that on stream. I'm just doing this SSF on stream. The SSF Fisherman, my dudes.
Come on, get out of there.
Yeah, that was a bit hairy.
Yeah.
Not a lot of gold from that run though. I mean, we need to get like lucky and hit those clams or gold piles.
Here we go. Vesper, light it up.
No gold piles here either.
Snake does it again.
Just quickly checking my voyage. Yeah, we have a bunch of room there. Okay, let's just do some 74s.
Touched it up all right, I think. Here we go. Vesper, light it up. Back to the bathysphere. Welcome back.
Bro, what the heck? What kind of maze is that? Looks pretty cool.
Say it plain.
The Dream Maze unique. Counters blocking attack damage from the first target hit with each shield attack. Bro, it's so cool that it has like this bell attached to it. That's insane. It's really cool.
This should be fun.
6 more minutes, my dudes, then I'm quickly gonna take a toilet break, and I'm just gonna set up the React mode here.
Oh, snake does it again.
Getting a bunch of sulfur though. Like, I have no idea how much sulfur I actually spent on the body piece crafting. On my body armor. Like, I think it was quite a lot. Like, I don't think we are running out anytime soon though, so... Oof. That's a nice little pile of scarabs, my dudes. Gold pile. That's exactly what we're here for. There's only one little pile though. Any more over here? Yes. Perfect. Okay, so I had around like 50k when I started.
Hurry back!
Wonder how much I got just from that. Oh my god. Yeah, like 75k-ish. Between 70 and 75k just from that one gold pile encounter there. That's
Patched it up all
very
right,
good.
I think. Deep breaths!
Yeah, I really feel like the best way to do this charting and voyages is just like farm a bunch of them, then just like do the charting, and immediately after just do the voyaging. Cartographers, nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Allflame.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, we are a little bit far from home here. One more lantern.
Light her up!
Oh, there was another scarab box there, but yeah. Let's not worry about that now. Okay, one more, my dudes, before I
This should be fun.
start prepping for the react.
Hope you're ready for this.
Oh, gold pile. Perfect, my dudes. Exactly what we were looking for here. Bro, come on, let's have a clam as well. Like, let's... Come on, game. Give us some clams as well, not only these gold piles. Clams usually have the big gold. The real gold. Message in the bottle. Let's go. Like, I wonder what the message in a bottle is going for. Like an unopened message in a bottle. What that's going for on trade. I've had quite a lot of them this SSF run.
Come on, get out of there! Thought you wanted for sure.
Lavianga's Spirit. Sanctified. Mana Flask. Skill costs no mana during effect, bro. That's... Bro, I'm just gonna swap this out with this one. And I'm just quickly gonna run to the bathroom, my dudes. And then I'm gonna just set up and do a quick prep for the stream. I'm gonna be right back, my dudes. BRB. All right. Well, I'm just about to level as well. 99% of the bar. Yeah, we need to switch switch the mold though, my dads. Let's switch the mold. Hopefully this is gonna work out for me. Bro, are we actually live already? Okay, we're actually live already.
Still going to be like chasing that perfect merc. Like you're always looking for like, well, I want greater multiple projectiles and I want returning projectiles. Just more about getting them to a functional level by disabling, for example, spectral helix or kinetic bolt, as I gave us an example. You're still going to be having that still. You're still chasing it. You're just like lowering the floor of starting the build, I guess.
So far, so good, my dads.
So your argument is that like there's too many random variables.
Yeah, yeah, and you're
like,
still
to the
keeping
point where-
all of them at the end game, right? You're still chasing that perfect mark. Like I have a really good one now, and I'm still like thinking like
Hey.
greater multiple projectiles and returning projectiles on this scale is going to be so insane. And right now I have Wild Strike instead of Frostblades. There's still a lot of variables that are super exciting to chase there.
Mm.
Hey.
I think one change I would like to make.
Uh-huh.
I think
Jag
it
har
would
varit och
probably be
berättat.
at 330 at this point, but it would
Ja, 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 ja.
a review of all the supports that have downsides.
Yeah.
Just like, why does Brutality need to have cannot deal non-physical damage on it?
Yeah.
Oh, cannot deal elemental and chaos damage on it.
Mhm.
Like, yes, the player version of the support has that, but the mercenary support doesn't necessarily need it.
That'd be very cool too. Another thing when it comes to mercenaries too, there are some of them that
Yeah,
cure death. Like they're like not
bro, I can actually pause,
shield crush maybe.
but
Something like, do you like that there are just insanely one-shotting mercs out there? Or would
no,
you
I
rather
can't.
feel
Yeah,
like
like I
you're
can't
like,
pause,
feels
but like
scary,
it's
but
still
maybe not, like,
gonna.
you will die if you fight this.
Yeah, it's still gonna
Other
like
outfits need to be reined in for
Yeah.
sure.
It was just like
Continue
half an hour ago, I was literally
live.
in the conflagration one, and I was also going through a few of the other ones that, like, some of the ones that do charge up for an insanely big hit have very high one-shot potential, like Divine Ire and Infernal Blow, for example, as well.
I think there's a storm call
So
one
yeah,
as well.
we're probably gonna rein in a bunch of the skills in a patch this week.
And yeah,
Oh, there's a patch coming.
That was what I was going to say. There's
Okay.
a patch coming later this week, so
Very cool.
changes like that we'll be able to make it in.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, and to be clear, this will only affect the combat of the mercenaries you fight. It won't affect mercenaries that actually.
Okay, so they are talking about like mercenary stuff right now.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. It's been super fun to play, and like you said, the chase you pointed out is very much there. Like I'm like every map looking for like 4 different mercenaries, right? So it's very cool extra avenue.
It's like I guess like what they're talking about here is just like the luminary, like the new ascendancy for the mercenary.
Off the scarabs with you could do the merc scarabs with the anarchy scarabs, and like that's something we haven't seen that much of before, right?
So with the luminary, you can actually like permanently,
and, like scarabs working together.
you can permanently have a
Is that something you want to lean more?
mercenary.
Comboing leagues for like high impact.
It's the only ascendancy that can like have like a permanent mercenary.
We're definitely discussing at the moment like the type of in-game changes we want in 330.
Someone says I'm in love
we are
with
trying to
Andrew.
Lean back into is leagues interacting with other leagues.
Yeah, he's a handsome
in an
fellow.
Interesting, organic, ideally way.
Hmm.
So yes, we're definitely looking at more of these things. They might not necessarily be scarabs, but they could come in some other form.
That's good to hear. I like
Yeah,
that. A lot.
I was sort of worried about that scarab because the thing with mercenaries is that you can see all their items and their skills beforehand. So if a mercenary has a certain dodgy unique or a dodgy skill, then you can be like, nope.
Yeah.
Whereas just sticking a wild mercenary in a map can certainly lead to a lot more like high spike variations. But
Yeah.
if someone wants to risk it, then go ahead.
Yeah, I do like the risk reward there. Obviously, like as a hardcore player, it's a little bit scary, but I think things like that are still very good for the game. And speaking of like good for the game, how do you feel about the implementation of boat crafting? That's obviously been very. We've
Yes.
seen a lot of crafting.
Boat
mechanics.
crafting, my dudes. Boat
Boat crafting, very
crafting for the
unique, very
freaking
interesting.
win.
I'm fairly happy with where it landed. It is obviously incredibly powerful. It's
Yes.
been really fun for me. I don't know why. I'd have to like do some self-reflection to sort of understand why I find this fun. But it's been really fun for me to watch like the trajectory of Dead Man's Sulfur price in trade leagues, and people being essentially like, oh wait, this stuff is really good, and then the price going from like 2,000 for a chaos to 150 or 200 or whatever it is
Oh, wow.
to a chaos.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I haven't looked this morning, so it may have shifted again. Economies always do, but it's gotten pretty pricey, presumably because it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's extremely.
Yeah,
heavy.
I've been engaging. Yeah, I've been engaging with the system like a ton this league. I think my general strat was just buying up memory strand items or buying a high level base type and sticking an orb of remembrance on them to add the memory strands. Because those two systems, Ghost Flame Crafting and memory strands, just interact so well together. And you can do some like, interesting things where you like even just transmuting the item. If you don't get the certain magic mod you want, you can just scour it and you don't gain any intangibility. And because you're presented 4 options,
Oh,
you can just
really?
pick the option that consume the fewest strands.
Mhm.
So it's a way of like preserving your strands for like a much longer period of time as well. I think there's just something about the agency of the crafting that makes it really, really fun. Like feeling you're
Yeah, word.
sort of making a bunch of choices along the way.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Really good in SSF as well.
Yes.
The core of the idea was basically just me stealing something that I really liked from Hearthstone.
I mean, it's super helpful in SSF.
Where you're given 3 options of 3 different cards and you pick one, or 3 options of some outcome and you pick one. Not that that's unique to Hearthstone. That's a roguelike classic of pick the best of 3, to the point where it's a bit of a trope. But yeah, no. One of the other designers was talking to me earlier and was saying that he really liked it because even if you fail a craft, if you fail to get what you wanted, like if you exalt slam and none of the outcomes are exactly what you wanted, you still have like the consolation prize of picking the best of the worst.
Yeah.
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 You still get to feel like you have some level of agency.
Yeah. And
what I wonder
will work with it. Was there anything like emergent gameplay wise that was sort of like unexpected that you've seen people doing in the community?
I'm sure there's examples, but for some reason
there are some currencies that don't work, like Valing.
I mean, one thing that I don't know if it was unexpected. It was unexpected up until a few days before release, when I got somebody in QA saying like, "Is it fine that we can do this Allflame crafting and then like Awakener Orb 2 bases together to get a new base and then start over essentially on that new base with one of the items retained?"
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, sure, cool, that's neat.
Yeah, no, I love that. Very, very PoE. Andrew, any other examples or?
I don't 100% know what everyone in the community is doing, but from my personal end, I just liked how powerful I was just buying items off trade that were like had 3 T1 mods and then just divining them and then reselling them, and often throwing a sacred orb or 2 on them as well. I probably spent more divines on rare items this league via Ghost Flame crafting than like any previous league.
Yeah, bro, that's
divine crafting. It's extremely simple and potentially
on the Allflame crafting, but
crafting on that ring and never gotten anything good, but I keep going back.
I got spell totem and crit strike, so I have to make a totem build now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
New things added to the game. Pacts were recently added. What would you say the main goal for pacts were?
I'd say the main goal for pacts was more just like giving a bunch of different self-cast spell archetypes an in-game scaling tool. So you can see that one was focused around like spell dots and one was focused around like veil skills and channeling skills.
Right.
And like a secondary lesser focus or lesser benefit, I guess, as well, is that like it gives beyond a special reward, and that's something that obviously we've kind of been hammering on about for the past few leagues, of like every league mechanic.
Devs are playing Hideout League.
Yeah, I see that. I was wondering, this is a little bit of a hardcore player take, but do you feel like the afflictions are maybe a little bit too harsh? And as an addendum, potentially for hardcore, the Beyond Belt being almost the only way to use it on hardcore.
I think the general idea with the afflictions is by the time you are, or for the packs that is by the time you are using them, you are probably on an in-game build, hence because you find them all at in-game. So a lot of the packed downsides are like, they're not multiplicative downsides, they're all increases. So for example, if you had one that gives, I can't remember if it's like 50% reduced defenses or 25,
Yeah.
the
a lot.
values would have changed pretty close to launch. Then you probably already have like 200 plus defenses already on your build by that point. If you were to take that like very early game, then yes, it would be a much more significant downside. But yeah, the reason the afflictions exist is mainly just the theming is what I like most about them. It's tied into the whole like idea of you're making a pact with an evil beyond demon. You get afflictions within Sanctum as well.
I mean, it also just allows the packs to be kind of crazy strong with the upsides, right? Like you take away the downsides, and then in order for them to remain balanced, you would have to lower the upsides to the point where they're probably not all that engaging and interesting to use.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly for hardcore, the increased damage taken downside is like pretty crazy. But yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
There is also kind of the note that a lot of the time things are, like we want to design in such a way that we don't make the hardcore experience explicitly worse, but we also don't really design explicitly for hardcore. And I say that as someone who
100%.
plays hardcore every league.
Yeah. For sure. I just had to bring it up. We had a lot of early game changes this day with the white sockets and stuff. By the way, big fan of that. Love that. Very
Yes.
great quality.
Oh, that's so
experience
huge. The
early.
white sockets. Oh my god.
And faster attacks was added so that everybody can purchase that after Caged Fruit. I was wondering if you thought about adding more of the support gems early now. I know previously it was like the reason was it would be convoluted for new players and stuff, but there is already a lot of gems available now.
Yeah, I mean, this has come up a number of times, and there's like sort of two problems here. There's the problem of for new players, you go talk to the vendor after completing a few quests, and you have like 40 gems that you can pick between. And then for experienced players, you kind of have the inverse problem where they know exactly what they want, and it's not necessarily there for them to take. And those two, that's just a tension that you can't, you go one way or the other, you cause a problem for the other group. So we need to find a solution that's, not just filling the vendor with gems or taking a ton of gems away. Like we need to find a better solution. And that's just probably going to require more discussion and also
Yeah, like if you don't know what you're picking,
like we would want to overhaul the system and not just band-aid
If-
fix.
if you don't know what you're
faster
picking,
attacks,
like
specifically
you're
critical
gonna pick
hit,
like a
so,
bunch of
like,
random stuff
you could argue that
until you like
fix
figure out what
is a
kind of
very
works for
effective and
you.
efficient Band-Aid, whereas a lot of other ones.
I would say the change just stemmed from like 4 or 5 people within the company petitioning me.
So like we really should have.
And I'm like, yeah. faster
I
attacks,
think
but
that we
they're
should have
very
like
fundamental support gems.
the
there can be
support
an argument for
gems
every single
early.
person getting access to them.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I just personally feel at this point there's like more gems there than there aren't, so that might even be confusing for new players because obviously a lot of new players
Sure.
do follow guides
I mean,
and stuff too.
So like, this is not a promise of a feature, but this is just to give you an idea of like we have discussed this before, and we do intend to, work on this area of the game. Like we've discussed before, having much more curated quest rewards, essentially, where like when you play the witch, if you're a new player, and you can opt out of this as an experienced player with like the skip tutorials button. But if you're a new player and you have tutorials enabled, you can like choose, I want to be Chaosy Witch, or I want to be Minion Witch, or I want to be Fire Witch, or whatever. And we'd have like fancy names for all these. And whichever one you select is going to change the skills and supports that are offered to you as quest rewards as you progress through the game. And you
Oh,
can
that's
change your track
interesting.
whenever you want.
That's awesome.
And then if you
That's really
select none of those,
interesting.
you obviously get to see everything. And then at the vendor, you would be able to see everything. Now, there are some problems with
amazing.
doing this. There are some problems with doing this. And we have a design doc. I don't know it all off the top of my head, but there were problems when I was, talking with programming and stuff. So I can't promise this, is what I'm saying. But
That,
like,
that sounds like a
that-
great idea because it kind of like gives you a direction
here's
to
everything
choose.
in the vendor all the time with
Yeah.
no other changes.
Cool.
We potentially could.
Because like not
perhaps
having these
build vendor as well,
directions,
'cause
it
that
can
would
kind of
let
like
us have
be
flexibility if we
sort
wanted
of
to. That
confusing.
would probably the
Like
build plan would
especially for a
probably
new
put together
player.
for the system there.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you guys are.
Like what do you pick
Just gonna
if it's your
build.
first character? It's like if it's the
Another
first
thing, I
character
promised to bring this up,
and you're not
the
following a
SSF
guide,
bar
what do you
was
pick?
added to the game, and it's obviously been a few years now. Is there either any improvements coming to the boss HP bar or the option to disable it? Depending on what build you play, it does hide a lot of important buffs that you might want to keep track of.
This one, I unfortunately can't really promise anything because this is one of those systems that is present across both games. So I can't really unilaterally say we're going to make this change,
Right.
because I would need to talk to Jonathan and Mark
Yeah.
and make sure they're okay with it.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think I followed up on this because I'm pretty sure you asked this last time we spoke. And yeah, it is basically there's this big buff UI refactor planned, but
Oh,
it
yeah.
is very much tied to both games. So it will happen in PoE 2 and PoE 1 probably at the same time at some point.
The next two topics is basically going to be we're going to be talking about the league mechanic, we're going to be talking about ground loot and stuff like that. And the league mechanic,
Because if they really like want people to kind of like try a bunch of different builds and do a bunch of different stuff, like
number one thing that gets asked
it
about
needs to be more accessible inside the game to just like choose a direction and have some tools in the game that's actually like pushing you in that direction.
The box withdrawal box open and our stash that like the affinities don't work. So I'd love to hear you talk about those things because it's a very click intensive league.
So there's a few individual changes that all might. They all individually will take different amounts of time and effort, and so they might come in different patches. Because I wouldn't want to like hold back some QOL until all the QOL is ready.
Yeah.
So what I do know, what I saw QA finish testing last night, basically, is the ability to take all from the voyage loot, the capsule
nice.
on the ship to your inventory.
Yeah.
So that, which was meant to make it into live, but ended up, was meant to make it into the release patch, but ended up having more problems than anticipated, should now be making it into the next patch.
Cool.
I believe we're also, I discussed this with you, right? We're also working on so you said you can have your stash open and the capsule thing open on the boat. Having the ability to control click things in with affinity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that is underway. I don't know for certain if that's making it into the next patch. That might be the patch after, but that is underway. What I didn't have underway was the move all from player inventory into the capsule while on the ocean floor.
Is that something
but I
you'd
can
be
look
open
into
to?
that.
Okay, cool. I think a lot of
I
people would
just-
appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know whether that would be a 5-minute fix or a 5-day fix.
Yeah, bro, that would be great.
Very cool. Very cool.
So you don't have to click every single
So-
item to
and
put
this
it in
will
the
tie into
capsule.
league mechanic too, but ground loot, very very important thing for the community right now, and we can start talking about like Abyss and beyond. It
Sure.
feels a little bit like they have a large modifier to less quantity dropped, and loot being in a bit of a rough spot, and the underlying issue is a lot of people feel like the monsters themselves are not our like main source of loot.
It's like Fub is saying, like it's just base loot needs to go up.
Very traditional things that we would be
I
juicing
think.
and would be really
Mhm.
scaling for those loot explosions. So
Bring back
let's
loot.
have a big talk about loot.
Yeah.
Sure. So the first thing
Rich
that I
people who
noticed
play 12 hours a
is
day want to know
that,
if ground loot is getting buffed.
3.30
Lol.
is planned to be a
Hot take.
extreme shakeup of the end game. And with that, we will be working in a lot of changes. I don't know. This is a massive miasma of a topic, and I don't really know the best way to approach it. So I don't really want to be seen to like be trying to dodge this question, but it's more. I want to make sure that I'm actually answering it properly. So yeah, 3.0.
Bro, are like Octavian and Andrew, are they those like the two new main guys when it comes to PoE 1?
Give them all something new, something interesting, something different from before, because one of
It's
the
like PoE 2 is Mark and Jonathan, PoE 1 is Octavian and Andrew. Is that the
for a
thing?
number of years now, the same, strategies, and
Like we do know that Mark and Jonathan are like the big
performing,
chiefs,
and
but yeah.
it feels bad now to do those strategies in their lesser version because you experienced the greater version a few leagues
Yeah.
back or however many. So that's a big part of it. We just need to make things not so stale, and that's the part that's going to take a 4-month development cycle in order to accomplish.
So-
The other part of it is more fundamental though, and that is that what the community refers to as tile loot, right? Like an
Yeah.
icon of a scarab on a chest. You click it, you get scarabs.
Mhm.
Has kind of become too much of the primary source of the loot as
Yeah.
compared to other things. And we do want to go through, and this is the kind of thing that is like, you just kind of get into the weeds, and you kind of have to get into the weeds because every league mechanic is doing this to some degree or another. Almost every league mechanic, right? And that does exist for a good reason. It exists to be like a floor, like you're going to get at least X amount of stuff per, instance of doing this league mechanic, and that's kind of important. But it's stopped serving that role, and it's become the loot you're actually chasing in the mechanic rather than just the floor of guaranteed X amount of stuff per hour or per instance or whatever.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is kind of return it to its original role, which will mean probably lowering the amount of loot that you're obtaining from those tile systems in places where it's appropriate. This won't necessarily mean every single league with tile loot is getting nerfed. Some are more egregious than others. And then, consequently, raising the other side of the equation and making, loot coming from monsters, however we go about that, there's a million levers and buttons and knobs you can turn there, be more of the actual loot that you're obtaining from combat and from gameplay.
So obviously, like I said at the start of this podcast was planned before the league came out, and it is like wasn't a response to anything. So I'm not necessarily a software blaster myself, but because of that, I made sure that I've like reached out and talked to like Milky, Palstron, Fubgun, and a bunch of people that do that type of content, because a lot of the issues necessarily with like loot and blasting and especially aspirational content isn't as present on hardcore SSF. It's much less of an issue there. So because of that, that's why I reached out and talked to a lot of them. And especially a really good point that Fubgon brought up, that it was like this was actually something I hadn't thought of, because something that's been happening lately is the de-homogenization of loot, right? That started happening around Legion, where around Legion, when it was first introduced, we started getting every league mechanic from every league mechanic, and it was just like, where could you get the most of a league mechanic? That's something you started moving away from, which I've always hailed as a really good thing. But
yeah, that's something I've been talking about, that I kind of like want that to be in the other
does
direction.
end up having like a lot of really exciting small moments, like tier 3 assault orbs, even
Mechanics inside mechanics.
are like, somewhat exciting, and it has a little bit more of a like nicer randomized pool that we're sort of missing now in PoE 1. And I think that is a little bit of a problem with the dehomogenization of loot. Like Abyss is giving Abyss loot now. Fossils are in Delve, etc. So like before, there were maybe like a little bit more exciting stuff in the core loot pool, right? You can get Fracturing Orbs, you can get Divine Orbs. And there is like a list of things you can get. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and if you have any ideas of addressing the core loot pool, because I like this was something Fabgon pointed out in his video too, which I thought was very good. The best feeling of Path of Exile is going into a map and not knowing what you're going to run out with. And that feeling is a little bit missing right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And a lot of the changes that we are focused on is moving a lot more chase drops maybe away from certain niche sources and into the core drop pool. So for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but maybe like if the best amulet in the game is a Simplex amulet, then maybe that should just be in the core drop pool, and that is now an extremely chased drop that you can find, rather than being gated by heist. And maybe heist, yeah, it still has like replica uniques and other things that can maintain its value relatively.
I think the way to keep people interested in like older mechanics and stuff is to have like
What it
the
really means is that
to chase
special
items
reward
that
as a
you're
mechanic
only getting
means,
from
like, we
those
need to
specific
define the rules as to
mechanics.
what that is allowed to be. You know,
Yeah.
so in the heist case, as an example, the reason why that's a problem is because simplex amulet existing in only heist means any amulet that you find outside of heist, assuming simplex amulet is the best one, if we're making that ground assumption, any amulet that you find outside of heist is not competitive as the chase amulet. You know, like it's not the best amulet that you can find. Something like fossils, I would argue, are probably fine to say
Yeah.
in Delve, though, because fossils just interact with other mechanics. They interact with base types and with, you know, other crafting systems and that sort of thing. So it's not so much that, like, you know, there's not like a gear slot that you
These
can
guys
only really get
don't
the best
take
version of from
matter.
something,
Where is Mark?
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Whereas
boom! That
in
message
the
was
case of
deleted.
it's more
Wow.
nuanced than like things should have special reward or things shouldn't have special reward. It's more a question of like what special rewards are fine to give to a league that don't take away from the core loot pool feeling of chasing for the best thing, and it could, you know, some random zombie could drop a mirror,
Yeah.
etc.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's also just getting a higher variety in the number of different like types of item that gives you that dopamine and excitement. I guess like just a tink on your loot filter effectively. Like I think PoE2 does this a bit better with their like tiered red system, but
Yeah.
it also it's like a rare item in PoE2 is a lot more valuable because you can't just like scour it and find the perfect base type and then just craft on it forever. But we are actually considering if going towards a more PoE2 style loot for in terms of like rare items have tiers, which we sort of have with memory strands.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But also I was also wondering how you feel about the idea of things like map priority affecting how good like the currency drops.
Bro, do you guys
Now,
think
the
that
problem there is
do you think we're gonna have this like situation now where like people that's like playing both PoE and PoE2 is gonna be like comparing a lot of things, and we're gonna find like this freaking like middle ground
it will never drop
that kind of like
rare and unique monsters
just makes the games like even more similar. I feel like we're in a situation now where we can like either like the two games can either kind of like
juice a monster
be more different from each other, or they can get like even more similar.
Causing you to potentially get more divine orbs is a positive change.
And the reason for this, by the way, for the penalty on currency drops, because this was a huge.
Someone says it's oh no, it's time to bury the body of PoE1.
Jonathan,
Oh my
who's,
god.
you know, obviously been at the company a little longer than me. Is if you don't have that, then when the rare and if you don't have that, and you also don't have things like rarity affecting currency tiers, etc., then when you kill, say, Shaper or something, he drops like 50 wisdom scrolls.
Right.
Because
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
most
remove
currency
that
drops
chat.
are wisdom scrolls and portal scrolls and transmutes and
I need to
augments,
focus on what they are talking about.
so you would kind of have to do both changes at the same time in order to make
see.
killing a rare and killing a unique feel more satisfying, which is definitely a direction that I would want to go. I'm not saying necessarily that we do that exact change, but I would love to be playing the game in the world where like I kill a unique boss and the chances that that unique boss drops a divine orb or a chaos or an annul or some higher value currency is like massively higher than that of other monsters. Because that just feels intuitively right. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
At least it does to me.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, it's something
Chase
what
things.
I've been in chat today too. Is like bosses not dropping gold also can like if you're a boss rusher that can feel very penalizing. Sometimes you're still interacting with the game. But I wanted to circle back and talk a little bit about where you're saying about the rarity affecting currency and stuff. And one thing that several people brought up to me was the more currency multiplier on 16.5 maps and stuff like that, which ends up being like almost mandatory to roll. And these sort of like don't work with each other in the sense that you kind of want an 8 mod map, you kind of want delirium orbs on your map, and you also want like more currency multiplier. And obviously like you're not going to be doing a delirium orb after rolling the map and then rolling it and hoping for an 8 mod. The main source of 8 mod maps right now is the Scarab that drops 8 mod maps. And then you're getting a bunch of 8 mod maps, but you're not getting like the good roll. So there's a lot of things that have to like work for this to be like together. So that particular modifier seems to be something a lot of people are quite unhappy with right now when I was like talking to softcore blasters.
Okay. Mm.
They're sort of like at odds
that's
with each other.
That's fair enough. To me, I see multiple systems that, have tension with one another in the end game as being kind of a good thing, because it means you could choose, to run your maps X way, Y way, or Z way, and you don't have to engage with every single system in order to
They're sort of like
be engaging with it properly. But if it is possible to engage with every single system and it's just annoying to do so, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
yeah. I think that's like the main issue that a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
brought
guess
up.
it's sometimes people feel like they just need to be doing the best possible thing all the time. So, and doing the best possible thing often means like, yeah, you need 5 delirium orbs, and then yeah, you need to get lucky on your corruption. So
Yeah, if you're playing trade, that is. Like, if you're playing
I
trade.
think it's just like a player psychology thing, and it's like for us as designers, it's like we do need to decide whether or not players should be able to run the best thing every single time. And it's like, yeah, if you're at a certain level of investment where you can just like buy it all off the trade market, then sure. But I think for the average player, I wouldn't think that's like a huge concern.
Well, but I think it is a huge concern, because I think without that right now in the current state of the game, like there is not that much juicing from actual monsters. So there's like a disproportionate amount of work you have to do to actually drop anything. That's like the main issue.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
for
think
sure.
that's probably a separate issue. Is basically how much should you be able to juice content at the very, very top end, and what reward should you be able to get from that?
And then I guess that kind of comes back to what I said at the top of the discussion, which is that I just feel like we need new cool stuff to solve for people. Because I'm not saying this isn't a problem, but this is often, hitting these annoyances from doing the same thing over and over again. And, because basically any endgame strategy is going to have some points of friction. And when the complaints start to be like quite specific and hyper specific about certain points of friction, to me that often means like players have done this solved strategy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and we kind of need to give them a new strategy to attempt to solve that has new shiny cool stuff going on, because that's more exciting, right?
But that's like the super
Things to solve and stuff.
veterans.
In-game
You
strategies.
know, it's the super
And you're saying
veterans
they
that kind of like
down
needs
right after the league. And I think there are a lot
new
of strategies that
challenges.
have been in the game that players are like, you get that fun dopamine feeling of like, you almost feel like you're doing something wrong, right? I remember there was one strat where like exiles were super fun.
So like to me, I don't consider myself a veteran at all. Like I consider myself a freaking ultra noob in PoE, to be honest. But like for me, like the new league itself is kind of like what I'm trying to. That's what I'm looking at as like the biggest challenge, and what I kind of like want to solve each league.
Strategy, for example, like a lot of these strategies aren't like, they're not nerfed, they're not like slightly worse than before, they're like completely not non-functioning as a strategy, right? So I guess my question is,
to me the best way to learn these different mechs and stuff is playing SSF.
But just at a less powerful level, because there's a lot of these things that we don't feel like we have right now. Whereas we had like 5 or 6 different, like, real endgame farms that you needed juicy characters for. A lot of people would be more happy with like having something to work towards. That makes sense.
I mean, it's maybe not the most satisfying answer, but it is kind of on a case-by-case basis, because depending on the specifics, you go back to some of these strategies, like things like in Necropolis and Affliction League, and we would have individual instances where people were dropping 50k, 80k unique items.
Oh no,
Yes.
Necropolis was much higher than that.
Necropolis, bro.
Purposely kind of undershooting because I didn't remember the specific number, but I knew it was it was at least that, and like that is kind of obviously wrong, in my opinion, at least. Like, not only just for performance issues and like server side issues, but that means that you allow that to sit in an economy, and this is something that did occur in those leagues. You allow that to sit in an economy for any length of time, and you get to a point where only the top 0.1% of things that you can drop are worth anything, right? At least for anything that comes from those. I think fossils were still worth something in that league, but that's because you couldn't get fossils by doing the strategy that was absolutely busted. So if you're talking about a strategy at that level, like, yeah, that needs to come down a lot in order to be properly in line with what is okay. But if you're talking about a strategy like the splitting rogue exiles, that, yeah, we may have probably gone a little too heavy-handed on that one, because I don't think it was reaching quite that level, but it was pretty bad.
Well, internally we do have metrics that tell you basically like how many divine orbs dropped in an instance, how many unique items dropped in an instance. So we can like basically for any given week we can see like the top 50 instances that drop the most unique.
Yeah, basically that's how they can nerf things, I guess.
Which tells us what all the
And also they can see
all
like
the effects that were applied to that map. So
what
we will always know like
it's being exploited.
strategies are internally.
But like, what's the core difference between like a good strategy and an exploit?
It wasn't
It's like the line is thin.
in the game. Like you could do strategies with Legion, you could do strategies with Blight that were also giving you 10k plus uniques an instance. But I think we just nerfed that exile strategy on multiple axes. I think it was a little bit. I think there were some like I wouldn't say bugs, but like borderline unintended behaviors going on as well.
Right.
But yeah, it's like I said, even though we've like nerfed these strategies in the past, the strategies themselves have basically been the same for many, many years. So I think the main thing also is just introducing a bunch of new exciting strategies.
Yeah,
for players to like.
Yeah, like
a
making
little bit of an underlying issue. there.
making the mechanics more understandable, deeper, but like even also just like working on the different earlier mechanics as well, and kind of like keep
But I have some examples of things
expanding them.
we liked in the past. Obviously, you said meat sacks was kind of crazy with how much they dropped and stuff. That was a really liked one, even though I totally see the whole many uniques. But obviously, affliction juicing, I want to bring up. And I think what people particularly liked about that was that it really worked at multiple levels. So like weaker characters could start even all the way at tier 1 maps or move up to tier 8 maps. A lot of people are doing that on hardcore. And later you could, in that patch, do tier 17 was obviously like the main pinnacle one. But you sort of like, you got to scale the mechanic and work through it at your own pace, right? So you could keep upgrading your character and eventually like, wow, I started out doing tier 8 maps. It felt really good then, but now I can finally do tier 16s or tier 17s. So mechanic scaling like that was really wonderful. And some quick other examples of things people liked was the enraged strongboxes was like super beloved by a lot of people. Titanic Exiles, Titanic Blight, and the Blooming Scarab, Wrist Scarabs, Evolution Shrine, Alva, Harbinger Juicing was quite popular as well, and the Abyssal Hordes, like the chests that popped out from Abyss. And I think most of and crop rotation, there were some scarabs with fun with that too. And I think all of these are gone right now. Like they're not like slightly nerfed, they're just like not really in the game right now. So the main thing that a lot of people wanted me to get across is that they don't necessarily have like goals to aspire to make really powerful characters to then get rewarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is something we intend to.
Yeah, like your goal is to get super powerful, but like when you get super powerful, it's like
every single endgame league mechanic and adding.
A lot of people feel like there's nothing to do, right?
Complete refresh of scarabs, whether that be a complete.
Like you're just strong, you're able to do everything.
Differently works.
I mean, it's basically just for like super veteran players that
I'm not trying to chastise people for
know how to get like a super strong character.
But we are definitely aware that like
when your character is super strong, like there is just not enough things to do. Like people are able to get to that point super fast these days. Some people.
On the affliction topic, so I guess what that essentially means, because unless I'm missing something there, the whole functional behavior of you can start a low juice affliction at lower tier maps and do higher juice affliction at higher tier maps, that is still kind of how it works. But the implication is that it's not rewarding enough to engage with that mechanic.
Yeah,
right?
like it's nowhere near the same, and you don't have that like Abyss interaction that you had before. Like, it's just not there anymore.
Sure. Okay, I mean that's good to know. We can look into that.
So, and I actually, I think some people were hoping for a miracle fix in 329, and I get that that's not possible. But I have some thoughts on things that like I as a player would love to see in 329. Like obviously like some like temporary fixes to maybe like moving some more loot to like specifically the rares in Abyss and stuff. Like that's always a fun thing to juice, and I think Abyss can maybe be improved even a little bit more. Like obviously the main things that you added for Abyss this league was box related and pile loot related, right? But another thing that I think I would really like to talk about would be the league mechanic itself. I feel like that is a very fixable thing for this league, and I think there's a few points I want to bring out here, like the border in the voyages.
Mm-hmm.
They really give the feeling that you can like find something completely broken, and I actually think there is with like the Divine Orb one. I don't even know if there's a Fracturing Orb one that exists, but like the Divine Orb one where you get like 60 divines. That's super exciting. Very, very rare. Even if you're re-rolling often, very, very rare. And a lot of the other ones feel like they maybe could be more exciting. Where
Bro, I did not even know there
trying to find
was a
way
border
to
modifier
really,
like that.
frame this, but when you're stacking up and saving up a lot of the charts, it almost feels like you're able to construct like an illegal voyage, right? Where I can stack, let's say, 40 lanterns or loads of insane pack size, insane quantity, insane rarity. Like I feel like this is something like in other aspects of the game with the Rogue Exiles, it almost feels like I get to do something illegal. Now the problem is, or another quick example, finding at the very start of the voyage something converted to divine orbs, or even early on finding 3 or 4 converted to divine orbs. I feel like I get to do these illegal things, but the illegal part doesn't happen. And that's been really frustrating. Like I maybe find 4 altars, like convert transmutes to chaos, chaos to divines, and I'm like, this is so cool, this is gonna be sick. And I didn't get a single divine orb. So to me as a player, it genuinely feels like it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I almost feel like I'm only chasing that one mod.
It's a chance thing,
Cool,
which is kind of
but with the way
a little bit weird. Like I kind of feel like almost it's a little bit delayed in a way.
unforgettable moments.
Like you kind of like have to do it a couple of times, and then you're gonna get like the
So,
results type of situation.
Like the lanterns, like we've had streamers stack up like 30 plus lanterns, but it's not crazy. Like that is a lot of work to stack those up, but it doesn't really affect it. You're not getting loot explosions. You're not really getting any things. I would really love that looked into for 329 because I think that could be like game changing. I think a lot of people agree and realize a lot of these are underlying fundamental issues, but these are things that are fixable in 329, both the moving things a little bit around to rare mobs and Abyss and the league mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, I can look into the specific modifiers and make sure that they're functioning. I mean, they did get tested before they went out, but I can double check. I mean, for the altar ones where it's, chance to convert a chaos to a divine, that is certainly possible to get the modifier and then just get unlucky. I have had that happen to me on live. But I'll check the stat and make sure that it's functioning. I'll cheat it in at 100% value and make sure.
Yeah, so I have like never clicked the altar and had a divine after. That's the thing. Like and I play a lot, right? I am a no lifer. So that is very frustrating. That's something like straight up as a player, I think it's bugged, right? That's my impression as a player.
Must be bugged, man.
Done
That's
a lot of the pack size mobs.
bro.
So
Must be
Maybe
bugged.
the answer is, the altar needs to be rarer, but just guarantee it or something like that, so that when it does show up, you
Yes.
definitely feel it.
that would be great.
Something along those lines.
That'd be great.
This is sort of what I was saying before, where it's a little bit antithetical. Where if you're juicing the voyage with a lot of like rare and unique monsters, you're getting fewer chaos orbs. So that
Arguably.
would arguably result in less divines. Maybe.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't really feel like rolling whether I'm rolling them with like 150 quant and actually rolling them. It doesn't feel very impactful at all, right?
Bro, that was a
It
moment
almost
between
looks like
Octavian
nearly
and Andrew
rolling
right
more
there.
from the boxes.
Arguably.
I think even like this is a bit of a almost bad example, but I think even if you moved all the loot from boxes in the depths in charts and voyages and move them to monsters, and obviously you can still scale and get more monsters and stuff, that alone would feel good. Like right now it's like clicking a box and getting loot. This is not scalable. I'm guessing the boxes aren't affected by lanterns, at least it doesn't feel like it. But almost like moving all that to monsters would even feel good. And then being able to like really juice
the
like
loot-
way more pack size, way more rares.
The drops from like a sunken loot would be scaled by area quantity, but not by player quantity.
Right. So the lanterns are player quantity.
The golden lanterns are a stat on the player, yes. So those
Oh.
would scale to the sunken loot. But if you had
Oh,
100%
okay.
increased quantity on your chart, that would scale to sunken loot.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it definitely does feel a little bit frustrating because it feels like the league mechanic is so close to being so sick. Maybe let the lantern steal the boxes as well if there's going to be the loot from the boxes. But I would personally love to see, like, it's an RPG. I want to kill monsters for loot. I don't want to just, like, the anchor fields are exciting, but it feels like almost all loot in the league mechanic is from the boxes. I would love to see more monster related loot in the league mechanic.
Noted.
Awesome.
Yeah, but don't remove freaking loot from the boxes, bro.
I really
Boxes
like
are
the
actually
mechanic. I think
exciting.
it's very exciting. Is that something you would think about adding more modifiers to, like more exciting ones, even more rare ones that will come up? Because I really like the entire border thing. It's quite neat.
I mean, were the mechanic to go core, I would probably want to. Yeah, I'd like to do more of them.
Hmm.
Bro, I don't see
50-ish different outcomes
this.
right now.
I don't see this
Which
mechanic
sounds like a
not
decent
going
amount, but when you
core, to be
consider you see
honest.
9 per reroll.
Hmm.
It might be closer to 60, but when you see
Yeah.
9 per reroll,
I wanted in
it just
PoE
isn't
2 as well.
tons. So I would love to add more, but that would probably be something we do if the mechanic were to go core.
Okay, cool. I really like the mechanic, by the way. Like, it's just some frustrations with the boxes and stuff, but like it's actually really fun to engage with. I do want to compliment a little bit with when I saw the mechanic. I'm traditionally someone that I don't like necessarily being pulled out of the map and stuff and like doing different things. And I've been really
I love that.
positively surprised how like snappy and fun it is. The only thing that I sometimes maybe want would be like going straight from one depth to another. But it's very, very snappy and nice. I like that.
Agreed.
I appreciate that.
It's a really, really great
Unrelated
mechanic.
Related on a tangent because you just, you said out of map. I do want to. Obviously, I can't really give details, but we have determined the next league mechanic, and it will be in map,
Nice.
no loading screens,
What?
and it will be, pertaining to juicing monsters.
I was about to ask you as a joke.
so-
Does it contain boxes? Awesome.
Not
Bro,
too
they've
bad.
already decided the next mechanic, bro?
Obviously, we're 4 months ish.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten a release date yet, but usually cadence of about 4 months. So we're pretty far from release, at least pretty far for us. So things can change, but it will definitely not be out of map, and it will definitely not include loading screens because those. I mean, I play every league for as many hours as I can fit between my day job here at the office, and those are things that frustrate me at this point. So.
Well, awesome. Well, those were some pretty big issues. So, like I said, would love to see some 329 changes for that. Totally understand a lot of the overarching issues are 330 fixes. But that's cool. I think I've mentioned.
So,
most
bro,
things
Octavian used to be like
there,
a streamer of PoE, right?
I do want to circle back to one more thing. How like much work, or rather, how much should the player be able to scale the character to be able to do those aspirational changes? Like, how do you feel about those farms in the game? Because there's a little bit of if you make it too much that you like need to scale your character to be able to handle the crazy meat sacks and stuff, that almost becomes the norm. I just want to hear, how do you feel those aspirational farms fit in the game?
I think it is a little bit difficult because you get this catch-22 situation. I think we had it a bit with T17 maps, where T17 maps were so much more rewarding than like regular maps, but they were also so much more difficult, and especially the modifiers they had on them potentially bricked a lot of builds from even doing them in the first place. So yeah, there's a fine line to walk between like making something too difficult and also being too rewarding at the same time, that it feels like if you're not playing, I guess it's one of those things that would also indirectly like nerf build diversity as well.
Yeah.
If everyone feels like to do this one in-game strategy, they have to be playing a small subset of builds that can even do them.
So
Yeah, that's
the
bad.
solution there maybe be like 4 or 5 different ones that are obviously scalable with different builds and overcomable by different builds, instead of it just being one thing that you kind of have to do.
That is a good way to approach it. It's obviously much harder because you have to make those things distinct in not only rewards but also in mechanics, like distinct enough that you could say this build is better at X mechanic and that build is better at Y mechanic. And then you also have to keep them in parity in terms of rough amount of rewards, because if one is, 20, 30, 40% more rewarding than another, then you haven't
Well,
really solved the problem, right?
well, that almost solves itself with the fact that you are doing, like, it depends what the reward is, right? You've already solved that
Mhm.
problem a little bit with dehomogenizing the game, right? Like, if Ultimatum
yeah.
at an endgame strategy is only shooting out loads of catalysts and loads of that type of cool loot, then that's not so much of an issue, as opposed to the leagues where we got everything from everywhere.
That's one of the benefits of
Yeah.
of giving everything its own special reward. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a thing and it fell out of my head.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I think it's generally easier to do with things that are like out of map content. Like for example, pinnacle bosses and like Valdo maps, which aren't really affected by any of your in-map juice and delve. All of those things usually require you to like make a specific build if you want to farm them quite early on in a league. But to have
Mm.
multiple different builds for a normal map juicing strategy, I think that would be a bit harder to design. But it would be worth like figuring out if we can
Oh.
put something together.
Another thing.
I wish that a lot of
Clearly
builds
something for the
were
future
able to
where
do like
the
most of the
synthesis
like
big stores of mirror
I think you
items and the big
should
chase for a lot of people.
be able to
And
do
personally,
whatever
I'm
you
not
want
surprised to
and
see
still be
these not
able to
move
kind of like
to synthesis
climb
maps, 'cause the
up
synthesis
and do the
maps
hardest content.
themselves, I don't really feel like they necessarily have a cemented place in the game right now. Like, I don't feel excited to farm them. Is that something you'd ever bring back synthesis implicits and give them 2 synthesis maps?
I think it was more the fact that we didn't really like the itemization of synthesis implicits in its current form. Like, if we were to do something with synthesis, it would probably be like a synthesis 2 league where we bring back the synthesizer and we make a whole cool item system out of that. But at the moment, the current synthesis maps, they sort of fall under the category of like all of the unique maps in the game feeling like very old, dated content, and we just need to rework them entirely at some point to have a more distinct place within the game.
Okay. Alright. Well, I can see that. I can see that. The unique maps are a little bit dated. I was just hoping. I loved being able to, it was a pretty big part of Ritual, which we talk about Ritual a little bit too, but like obviously finding power charge rings, endurance charge rings, etc. Because now we only have that through corruption, which is not something you can mirror.
Yeah, I think the chase is still there for like finding now double corrupted uniques from like sources of corrupted items. But yeah, we understood going into this change.
Yeah, grabbing a drink, be right back.
Very much changed the mirror market for people who care about those things, but I guess it wasn't like a huge concern in our eyes.
It does also open up that design space to be able to use it more effectively elsewhere. Like Andrew was saying, in a way, the synthesizer being rather than the items just randomly dropping with XYZ implicit, having some means of engaging with the system and crafting for it. And that might not be the way we do it. Maybe item implicits with that level of power come back in another mechanic entirely in the future, but they would ideally come back in a way that's more interesting than just they sometimes show up with them.
Okay. Yeah.
At least in my opinion.
Yeah. All right.
What did I miss?
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. It is something that I've liked a lot, and I was very curious with how you guys felt about mirror items and stuff like that. So for I think that's like most of the drop related questions I wanted to ask. So just like to sort of put a pin in the loot and stuff for the people that are really invested in 329. Do you think there will be any like band-aids to 329, either with the league mechanic or Abyss in particular with the monster portion? That's something people could like, is that something you'd consider after the podcast maybe?
Well, I'm going to look into the feedback that you gave me regarding, sorry, I was about to say Deepwater, Allflame. Deepwater was the internal name. So I'll
nice.
definitely be
Deepwater?
playtesting those things, and I'll be following up on that feedback.
Cool.
Just making sure it actually works. I'm like 95% sure it works, but that 5% can get you. And as far as Abyss is concerned, that would be more something I'd want to discuss with Andrew and make sure that he's, happy to make some changes.
Yeah, I think Abyss generally just needs like what we really did was we just ported the monsters one for one, but we really didn't make any more fundamental changes to Abyss as a league. So, for example, Abyss's exclusive rewards are like Stygian Vices and Abyssal Jewels, which are like, they're fine, but not every build needs to use them. And once you have a few of them, you don't really need any more. So, as like a long-term, like consistent reward,
Bro, that reminded me of that new helmet. That freaking new helmet that we can put the abyssal jewels in.
Internally we've done a bunch of tests with QA where they like fully juice the map, they compare it to Legion, they compare it to Breach and whatever. Abyss is comparative for experience, but it is not comparative for loot in our tests. So yeah, there could be some mid-league changes to like improve things further in that sense. But what we'd want to do long term is really just like maybe we bring back the Abyssal Monster mods and they have an interesting reward mechanic, and maybe it would be nice to differentiate the combat between like all these different leagues as well. So instead of Abyss being, like you said, it could be more about juicing singular rare monsters and those rare monsters being very powerful. Whereas Breach is more of your swarmy million monsters on a screen mechanic.
Because what I'd really like to do is lean into the cool, unique thing that Abyss does, where it like sort of half copies monsters that it touches. You know, like I was saying on live, I was playing around with using the Divinity Scarabs that force Pantheon monsters next to Abysses in order to get double Pantheon monsters, and like that was cool in theory, but the Pantheon monsters were just not really rewarding enough to be worth the effort and to be worth the danger. Which was evidenced by the fact that they eventually killed me. Skill issue. But
skill issue?
People are going to clip me saying skill issue out of context. But me, I'm the one with the skill issue there, to be clear. But I would want to lean into that, you know? I'd want to be, like, with the Abyss monster mods, you maybe make it so that Abyssal monster mods are super rewarding when they appear, and they just, you know, have a chance to convert a monster mod on the rare that gets eaten into an Abyss one. And then when you see a rare Abyss monster with a few Abyss monster mods, you know that it's going to explode into loot when it dies. And, like, that is the direction I would want to go, rather than just, like... Because that, like Andrew says, makes the combat feel different to other mechanics.
Yeah.
It makes what you care about different. And that gives it, sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but that gives it the like advantage of being able to, if it has a specific way that it functions, then you can leverage that with other mechanics, like with the Divinity Scarab. And there's probably other things I haven't thought of. You know, like the fact that Abyss essentially recreates rare monster mods is, you know, very cool when you have the Scarab that doubles the number of rare monsters in a given pack. It's, you know, if you have anything that interacts with rare monsters, suddenly you care about Abyss more.
100%. Like, I know there's been people that have been doing it with Allflame and stuff. So, like, yeah, just to sum up there, I think, like, from a player point of view, I think a lot of people would feel like it was saved loot-wise if we just, like, get a Band-Aid to, like, 329, Abyss dropping more, like, stuff, like more exposures from the actual kills, and same with the League mechanic. And the altars and the lanterns. That's like as a player, that would be like my biggest hopes for 329, and then it would be pretty good. Cool. Awesome. I have questions other than loot. Obviously, it was a very big topic. That is just had to get that over with. That was the main things I wanted to talk about there. One thing that I really love, this is probably my favorite change in the game, and that's Bloodlines. I'm a huge fan. It solves a lot of issues if an ascendancy ever has the point where for a build it only has 3 nodes that really function, right? Chieftain sometimes has that, where it only has 3. Are we going to keep seeing this trend of new ones added regularly? And would you ever allow, for some reason, of being able to do multiple bloodlines on one character?
I would personally prefer not to allow multiple bloodlines, just because it raises the ceiling of character complexity even further. And I don't see it as being necessary yet, but I guess never say never, you know, give us a few more years with a bunch more bloodlines, and maybe that will end up being something we consider more thoroughly.
Yeah, the other thing with that is I sort of feel like your core ascendancy should still matter to you. So if you all of a sudden could take multiple bloodlines, then theoretically I could be an occultist without taking a single node in the occultist, which sort of doesn't feel right. I'm not 100% against multiple bloodlines, but it just feels like it interacts a bit strangely with your core ascendancy class. potentially.
And in answer to the original, the first half of the question, like, yeah, I want to keep adding bloodlines. They're fun.
They're very good. I like them a lot.
Yeah, I guess they'd be typically associated with specific league bosses.
Yep.
So for any like, if a new league has a in-game boss, then we'll probably add a bloodline for it.
And I mean, on that front, that is something that we want to eventually kind of do for every like major league mechanic. And when I say major, I mean like strong boxes are a league mechanic technically, but they're not exactly a major league mechanic in the same way that something like Blight is. So, eventually we would want to get a proper pinnacle endgame boss for like Blight, and for,
Oh,
maybe
cool.
something on the border might be like Mercenaries. You could see that as a major mechanic or not, depending on your point of view. But, basically what I'm saying is we want to add a lot more league pinnacle bosses, and those would all probably come with bloodlines.
Cool.
Nice.
I love them. So keep them coming.
That's cool.
It's such a good idea. Hopefully that's something I would love to see in PoE 2 as well at some point. It's just very, very
It also gives like that, just pinnacles and stuff, or like the league bosses, just kind of like gives us an incentive to kind of like learn more about the mechanic.
Is Mirage something you would like to bring back, maybe in a similar state to Affliction? It's basically the random hole in the ground right now. I get that it might be too powerful to have Atlas trees, maybe, but have you talked a lot about bringing it back outside of just the stuff that's kind of core already?
I can't speak to specifics because I made the issues this morning, but it's going to be in 3.30.
Oh shit! That's so sick. I love that.
I don't know exactly what form it will take yet, though. I need to speak with, the programmer who is the lead on the mechanic, and I need to talk to Andrew about design specifics. And there's a lot of questions to be answered, but it will be in the game.
Elt?
There are a lot of questions to be answered. No, I talked to you about that yesterday, and you were fine with it, right?
Yeah, the belt's staying.
I love the belt. It's the best thing ever.
Andrew's more fine with it than me. I'm the one who made it.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not saying that the boss will be as easy to access as it was in Mirage League. So getting a good belt surely won't be
even the ones
easy,
that
it will exist. Yeah,
like the belt and Ring of Tsotha and it that was taken from us. These are all like my favorite items of all time. Please get that back somehow. Just sneak it in there. Nobody will know. I love these.
Just
dude.
sneak it in.
Like they're just such a unique way of adding power, as opposed to like coins. I get it, but they're just raw power creep. These are like different power creep.
Well, they at least compete with Mage Blood and Headhunter.
So. Yeah, that's
true. You have a lot of power budget in the belt slot.
And the Affliction
to be clear,
belt.
Like I kind of like the belt existing, but I felt biased because I designed it, and I didn't want to just like unilaterally say, "Yeah, we're doing it." But I mean, if Andrew's on board, sure.
If Andrew's on board, also, yeah. Just now we just need it that was taken from us to be it that was given back.
It that was given back.
So, a big favorite of mine is endgame chase things to do, and obviously we had the memory bosses are the most recent thing out of the game. Any more plans for new Ubers?
Well, all we can really say to that is 3.30 will be a lot of in-game changes. So the in-game changes won't just be concentrated within maps, they'll probably be concentrated to all the content outside of maps, such as bosses.
Well, Uber's confirmed for 3.30. No, I'm just kidding. That's
but it seems like they kind of want to like create like more bosses for like each mechanic instead of like doing the Uber super focus.
Probably build diversity, I would say, is in a pretty good space. And when I say that, I mean like the number of different weird, unique, crazy things that you can do with a character. I mean, it's essentially limitless, right? I'm not saying necessarily that every weird, crazy thing that you can do is going to be an S tier build. There's always going to be some number of builds that are in the top % that are considered S tier. But I would say that the number of like B+ to A tier builds that exist is incredibly high, and that is what keeps me coming back.
Word, bro.
Every time I die on a character, I get to come up with a new one, and that's the most fun process for me.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a league specific thing, but I just really like Ghost Flame crafting. And I just like how
it's so good, bro. It's so
good. How it interacts with like all the core currency in a cool way, and interacts with all the other crafting systems in the game, like memory strands and recombination and fossils and whatever else. So I think
Yeah.
for some players, the crafting might be like, yeah, it's like crazy complex at the end game. But for me,
Oh,
I just like
great.
it's a puzzle to solve.
Mhm.
I'm like, this is the item I want.
Bro, I
How do
love
make
it.
Here's the
Playing
system
SSF has
that I
made
can
me
use to go
love
out there.
crafting.
That's just like I'm honestly this league I've crafted more than I've played the actual game and fought monsters.
Yeah, I
Wow.
cannot get enough Ghost Juice. Like, it is so good. I love it. And as somebody like, there's obviously been a lot of crafting mechanics. but
Ghost
probably my
Juice?
personal least favorite was Graveyard. This is like so good. Really good job with it. I love it.
Yes, this like really hated the
I
freaking
did want to ask one
necropolis.
thing actually kind of related to Ghost Flame crafting. And I really do like that like pick mechanic, that best of roguelike mechanic. Do you think that's something that could maybe fit into Legion? Because Legion right now, I really like the jackpotty nature of it, but it feels almost nay impossible to get something there. And I think like a even randomized. So when I pick, like, let's say I put in a lightning coil, right? And then maybe even that's RNG, that it's like, no, you only get one, or you get two, or you get three.
So you mean vestigial uniques, right? Because originally I
Yes.
was thinking, how does pick one of X apply to Legion combat?
No,
and that
just
confused me a little
the
bit.
vestigial uniques, the reward at the end.
Is the change to that going to be in 329 too?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I resolved the issue this morning. It's in the version, so it should be there. It's not actually pick 3, but what you can do is you can charge the unique multiple times, and every time you overcharge it, it increases your chance for rare or unique items. So if you put a common unique in, then you'll probably charge it 3 times because it requires so few kills. So that common implicit will probably give you a higher chance of getting like a stasis prison or a lightning coil or something like that. So yeah, there's a change coming this week. Not to say that we won't review
Coming
it
this week, my dudes.
reevaluate it in 330, but we'll see how that goes.
You
Why
can
did-
effectively choose to double down.
Why did
triple down.
emblem prices just triple? She.
Well,
very
to
cool.
be fair, this sort of means you need fewer emblems because now you're cooking your item for longer than you were before.
Yeah.
Assuming you have a build that can, decimate the
Yeah.
domain of timeless conflict well enough.
That's a very, very cool change. I like that a lot. Okay, cool. That kind of answers that. Anomalies are new this league, and there's a lot of cool ones. Is that something you want to add on to and keep adding to? And if so, are you worried ever that there would be too many and that you end up making like blocking sort of like like you don't run the ones you don't care about to like not get those?
Well, just to confirm, blocking shouldn't really exist because all of the chances. So, say a certain quadrant can have, say, 3 anomalies, right? If one of them spawns, all of the chances for them to spawn are independent. So you could get lucky and kill the map boss, and all 3 spawn at the same time. Now, they do. If you have a Parandus anomaly on your atlas, then another Parandus anomaly can't spawn, but any other anomaly within that quadrant can still spawn. So there's not really a blocking situation. So it doesn't actually matter how many anomalies we add to each quadrant. But
Okay.
one thing that we do want is to make sure every quadrant has the same amount of anomalies. And I think one of them only has 2 currently.
Yeah.
So I would like to add one more, hopefully, mid-league.
That was my sneaky way of trying to ask if blocking worked. So I'm glad we got clarification on that because I suspected
The other
it
mechanical
didn't.
thing. The other mechanical thing that I wanted to clarify for people, actually, Andrew might correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think there's a base chance for an anomaly to appear on completing a map, and then that base chance is scaled by the quantity of the map that you completed, right?
It's a percentage of the quantity of the map.
Yeah.
But yeah. So if you're running white maps, you're doing it wrong.
If you're doing actual juiced maps, your chance of getting an anomaly to appear is significantly higher. Admittedly, you might complete those maps slower, so there is still some mathematics to do there, right? Depending on your particular build and speed. But the map item quantity stat on a map does matter for the chances of getting an anomaly from completing that map.
Okay. Well, that's neat. I didn't know that. Let's see. Oh, for Vestigial Uniques, will we ever see the belt slot like Mega Blood or Mega Hunter Head Blood?
If we saw something like that, I don't think it would be in the vestigial unique system because we'd want to use that design space somewhere else in order to have another mechanic also have a chase thing. It wouldn't necessarily, to be clear, it wouldn't be like one-to-one copy how vestigial uniques work, but paint
Yeah.
it yellow and then put it in some other mechanic.
I'm just thinking of like, I think if you notice in the Domain of Timeless Conflict, there's like a sneaky monster hiding in the crystal, which is
Yeah.
sort of foreshadowing that maybe at some point we want to have a pinnacle boss for Legion. Not saying it's going to happen
Ah.
anytime soon, but now I'm just thinking it's like, what could that boss drop? Maybe it is dropping like vestigial items that are not only armors or
Dangerous.
you know,
Okay, cool. That's I mean, I love more bosses and stuff. That's my favorite thing about the game. Every class in the game now has 3 ascendancies. Scion finally got her 3rd ascendancy. Are we ever going to see 4 ascendancies for a class?
Oh my god.
Unlikely anytime soon. I don't really like saying never about things because
Bro, we have free
years
shot.
ago I would have said we never get rid of socket. Well,
We have free
fully get rid
shot.
of socket colors, but you know what I mean. We never make the socket color change that we made this league. So like, it's not impossible, but it's not something that we would do anytime soon. I don't think. No.
yeah. And I guess we could explore different design spaces regarding ascendancies anyway. Like in the last few years, we've done Frisian ascendancies and Bloodline ascendancies. So I think in terms of, I wouldn't say that the core ascendancies would really see much changes, but never say never.
Okay, cool. Another thing that I found really fascinating, light radius has traditionally been a dead stat for the majority of the game, outside of like weird niche uses like Wakaria Tuaha, where it scales quantity. And I really like that. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit like, do you feel like dead stats have a place, or would you rather that anything or everything was useful in some way? Like now light radius is super useful for the Scion.
It's not a topic that I've discussed with Andrew actually, so he might violently disagree with me and just attack me. But I personally also kind of like that. I like when there's like a niche use for a particular stat. So it is something that I'd be happy to do more of in the future.
Yeah. One thing I don't really like regarding the current way you build a light radius stacking luminary is that you're a bit too reliant on unique items. Like most of the large sources of light radius come from like specific unique amulets and helmets and weapons. So what I'd probably consider would be more interesting is we buff all the light radius on rare items and nerf those few specific uniques so that these builds do care about like rare item itemization more than they currently do.
You'd want to do that in a way where you don't add like new light radius modifiers though, because that dilutes the pool.
Oh yeah, that would just be buffing the pre-existing ones.
Okay, cool. I was about to say, like, I can
helmets.
hear every non-luminary screaming right now. Okay, cool.
I mean, basically, you just take things that say that mods that currently say 10% light radius and make them say 30 or however many.
Cool. Okay, so I think the only dead stat left in the game is like thorns, right? Like 1 thorns. It's not like in PoE 1 at least.
It depends on how you define dead stat. You know, I don't think anyone cares about 5 life regen either, right?
No, but at the high
life
tier,
regen
that
has a
goes
stack
very
value.
high.
Sure, at the higher tiers, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, PoE 2 has done a better job of leveraging that. Like, there might be something we could do there. I wouldn't say that it's the first priority going into 3.30 with much more of a focus on the end game and on, you know, making that area of the game more fresh. But it's something that I would be happy to do eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Thorns is another one of those ones similar to Light Radius where all of their mechanics historically have been tied to specific unique items that give either an insane amount of the stat, like is it Jaws of Agony, or they're doing something weird like that one helmet, which I forget
Pale
the name
King.
is.
Crown of the Pale King. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that is somewhat the case in PoE 2, but it's gotten a bit better as things have matured there. You know, I remember the first iterations of PoE 2 Thorns builds, like Crown of the Pale King was essentially necessary. Like you just could not play the build without it. Yep. Anyway, I don't mean to go down a whole rabbit hole on Thorns.
So another thing I was really curious about was, how do you feel about the current state of the Recombinator, with obviously the meta being smashing blue items together?
I haven't
Come on,
been
Andrew.
doing too much recombinating, so I don't really have any strong feelings either way on it. To be fair, like I've sort of forgotten about it a little bit. Every now and again, I'll be like, I try to save an item via a combination, but other than that, I don't really use it. I understand it's very powerful for like double influenced items and that type of crafting.
This is the kind of thing where I would say if you currently are someone listening to this podcast and you have extremely strong feelings on this, then, forum posts and Reddit posts and make those feelings known, because this is something that I don't think is really on our radar, and specifics would be really useful.
Well, so
Well, how do you feel about it?
yeah,
'Cause I'm
I
not
was
really-
about to say my personal largest enjoyment of the Recombinator. I actually don't necessarily. I might get torched for this. My personal biggest enjoyment of the Recombinator was like before we had really figured it out in Sentinel. Before people started doing one blue, and the alteration spam, and when you could move, suppression to energy shield items, and you could move fractures across. I actually didn't like that you could have multiple fractures on one item, but I did like that.
Bro, doesn't it have to
It
be...
was just the feeling of how I interacted with
Bro,
with Recombinator in Sentinel. It made me approach all loot differently. Like if I found an
Bro,
amulet that was effectively bricked, but it had a lot of good stats, and I found another amulet that was effectively bricked, but had a lot of
bro,
good
doesn't it always work on like two similar items? Like, does it freaking work on like...
I remember during
It
Sentinel,
only has to be like the
and
same
still
type
making
of
more
item?
items and saving items in a completely different way, and I at least liked that part of it a lot. So if I was redesigning it, it would have an option like something like is a minimum of 4 rare stats, but it can even bring things over to suppression or armor mods to energy shield, like things like that. Make it a bit more random, a little bit less about just rolling tier 1, slam them together infinitely. Personally, not a huge fan of that. So I really liked how it made me just redefine how I looked at loot.
Putting aside the illegal stats on an illegal basis bit, the example you gave of like finding 2 amulets, that one amulet has 2 good stats, one amulet has 2 good stats, but they're covered in junk otherwise. I assume the reason you wouldn't slam those together in a Recombinator right now is just because the cost of doing so is not worth
W stream?
Yeah.
Like, it's more efficient to spend your Recombinator resource, the thaumaturgic dust.
Yeah, I would just
on
craft
Thank you.
things that are much more.
What's up, my dude?
So, like, does that imply then that we need to reassess those costs and we need to maybe make a cheaper option if the item has like 6 mods or something like that? Like, so that you're more incentivized to try to rescue items that you drop with crappy mods on them?
I'm gonna get murdered. I shouldn't have said that.
I mean that is one of the shames of like the current Recombinator, is it feels such like an in-game tool rather than something that you'd consider using. I mean, to be fair, you only get access to it in maps now.
Just chilling, you just finished your
It's
stream to come
never
watch
really
mine?
been, I feel, something that
W
people just use on,
viewer.
like random things that they find, and it's
You are a
just,
W
like,
viewer.
an in-game crafting tool.
Yeah,
that
but I mean,
players use.
in part, that would just be because spending the dust isn't worth it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It useful to think about. I can't really promise any specific changes because we need to know more about the specific problem.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's definitely something a lot more people should have input on anyway, regardless of anything. One thing I just want to bring up PoE 2 real quick because I want to talk about the Martyr event in PoE 2.
What?
It's obviously insanely cool. Do you ever see there ever being anything
There was-
similar in PoE 1? Like not necessarily the
Martyr
same thing,
event?
that type of feeling.
I mean, that type of thing.
What is he talking
I
about?
absolutely love, so I would love to. It's just a matter of,
Martyr event in
concerns
PoE
to be
2?
boring.
What?
It's a matter of, I have X number of hours from X number of developers on the PoE 1 project, and this is something that would be really cool to do, but is absolutely 100% optional, right? Like, we have to deliver a league. We have to deliver good endgame
Yeah.
changes. We have to deliver cool new uniques and stuff for people to
Oh
play.
yeah,
We
it's
don't
the
have to deliver
a level 100 player can permanently sacrifice and delete their max level character to grant every single player in their current league one free extra
Whether or not
passive
it
skill
comes with
point.
hidden player power doesn't really matter to me. I just want
Yeah.
something cool for the community to discover that
Yeah, that's
they
the one.
wouldn't expect.
The Martyr one.
Mercenaries, now that they're core, do you think you'd somehow let us put MTX on our mercenaries, including their skills? And similar with like portals and Kingsmarch, can we ever like MTX those?
It might be possible. I can look into whether that's a massive month-long headache or a thing that could be done in a week. Because currently there's just there's a file that's just a big list of all the different mercenary types, and then all their gear slots, and then all the MTX that we apply to them.
Bro, I don't understand why Luminary is the only ascendancy that can have permanent
So
mercenary.
maybe we could get a more dynamic system there put together that then players would be able to interact with and assign.
I don't understand why.
What about any form of personalization, like renaming the mercenaries, renaming my mappers? It's just like, you know, Steel Mage has died in a map. He died to reflect. That kind of stuff. It's a bit small and silly,
I kind of
but
personally, this is very personal. It's very subjective, but I kind of personally like that they have like their own names. That makes them
Right.
feel more like a dude that I hired rather than, you know, an object in a video game.
It's an extra axis of randomness to finding the perfect mercenary. You got to get
The
the,
perfect
optimal
name?
as well.
oh,
Yeah.
But like, I'm not vehemently against it. I would want to run it by some more people. You know,
Wow.
see what Mark and Jonathan think.
I
and
love
that sort of thing.
personalization. Now this is a scissoring question. Well, asking for a friend. Transfigured explosive arrow when?
It's on my list. I love doing transfigured skills. I will say, with the scope of what we want to accomplish for the endgame revamp in 3.30, it's pretty unlikely there's going to be a ton of transfigured.
Bro, there's a big endgame revamp coming in
So I
3.30
wouldn't
next
hold my breath
league.
for it next league specifically, but I have some designs. They've just been on the back burner while other more important things have been ongoing.
Okay. Well. Crab totem. Big fan of the crab totem. Is it in just double checking that it's intended to have a hidden less damage modifier?
It has the same less damage modifier that the spell totem support has. But basically, they're the same support, except one of them changes your totems to be crabs. But I think the issue really is that because the support is on an item, there's no gem hover, you can't see all of the specific details about the support. So yeah, it is intended to have that multi to match spell totem.
There is a keyword for it now, and that keyword should probably have more specific information about, you know, because yeah, it's easy on our end to say it's spell totem, but shaped like a crab. But to a player who just picks up the item, that isn't necessarily intuitive.
That makes sense. That makes sense. A few more quick questions at the end here. Faustus has 10 tabs. In hardcore, we think still slower, which I'm sure Octavian notices. That is maybe a little bit more painful than it is on software. Things can take a while to shift. Do you think there'll ever be more than 10 slots for Faustus?
I would like there to be. This is, again, a system that affects both games, so I can't really promise one way or the other. Yeah, that's something that I would need to discuss with, you know, Mark and Jonathan and make sure that everything is fine to change that.
These are PoE1 devs, yes. It's Octavian on the right, Andrew on the left.
Final lab in Trial of the Sekima and get all the ascendancies on a new character.
Octavian, the dude on the right, like, he used to be like a PoE1 streamer, like back in the day. And now,
to get boosted through lab, and you do have
basically, he just works at the GGG.
I personally have nothing against it. I guess it's just like it's very much for second characters, right? Where you get someone else to like level you through the campaign, or you just intentionally just don't waste your time getting that extra power boost.
That explains why they look depressed.
They can with the right gear,
What?
and the right spells and all that, or attacks, whatever.
Because they are not allowed to work on PoE2, is that what you mean?
Skip a little bit of busy work, so to speak.
Well,
This is another one though that I would want to get Mark's input on before saying yes or no.
yeah.
They are the new guys. The new guys also have always have to do like the
you know the voyage
hardest work, right?
Looking at like the big
Sure.
map, that's the only menu in the game that does not close with escape.
Keeping PoE1 alive.
There's an issue to fix that.
Excellent. I was very curious as well. Is there any news on Harbinger, like being come back, upgrading? Like a lot of people loved Harbinger still, even though I know it was a bit outdated models and stuff.
Well, we have a vague design for how we want it to work, and there are art assets underway.
Oh shit, that's
So
sick.
it is in the works. I can't promise a specific release date or anything though.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Okay, I have one final question.
Final
also
question.
It's a very interesting question to me. So right now, the league mechanic gives a lot of gold.
Yes.
Which has been we've had like gold rotation groups and stuff like that. In leagues where we don't have good access to gold, that is very common. We'll have like a lot of gold rotation groups. Whereas right now, it's even as a solo player, possible to find gold. And I just wondered, now that the league is like, been out for a little bit, I wondered how you guys felt about a lot of gold, less gold. Personally, I'm really enjoying it right now, and
Yes,
been
true.
positively surprised
Agreed.
so many gold sinks there is. So
Mhm.
yeah, just curious.
I'm broadly somewhat okay with like how much gold in general players are getting.
Yeah.
I don't 100% love that it's super heavily oriented towards one mechanic that's the source of this.
Well,
You know, and so basically what I'm saying is going forward, I would rather go like, okay, if we're saying that players should have this amount of gold, then we should really bump up the numbers on gold in a lot of other places in the game instead of having
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have
gold
to.
here
yeah.
and a few hundred gold over there.
Yeah, you kind of have to
That's really nice.
balance
Yeah.
it out.
I'm curious, how do you feel about bosses having gold?
Or not like balancing it out, but just like having those
expand on that a
like
little bit? Sorry.
clam
Like,
and gold pile
Let's
drops
say that all I want to do in a league
in
is find
in
bosses
like
and
other
gold.
mechanics as well.
Could I still get gold?
Oh, as in like, should bosses be dropping multiplicatively more gold than they do currently?
Yeah.
How would you feel about that?
Not sure. I'd need to think about it more. It's just I don't know how much I'm just being like influenced based on
Are the bosses even dropping
and
gold?
stuff like that.
Yeah.
It would be a philosophical.
That's my
thing where It
take.
feels like gold is like an arbitrary value you assign to each mechanic rather than just being like a natural consequence of like the amount of loot you get from random drops everywhere.
Because
Awesome.
it is correlated to that at the moment.
Bro, as gold is so extremely important in SSF.
Things that specifically give you a lot of gold, like the chests,
Like the clam
and
chests.
Deepwater. Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to plant the seed there a little bit. I was curious how you guys liked the increased gold. That's pretty much. I think we're out of time. So thank you so much for taking this time. I know you guys are crazy busy, and I think everybody in the community appreciates hearing from you guys and
Absolutely.
what you're thinking.
Thank you, Zizaran. Thank you, Octavian. Thank you, Andrew.
Sure.
It's yeah.
Happy to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good
All
to
right.
see you again.
Yeah, good to see you guys. I'll see you at Exile Con soon. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, let's get a huge applause in the
Scary.
chat from
Huge
everyone.
applause.
Thank you guys, and we'll see you next time.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was nice. Like it's not like super in depth. Like I have a feeling, or like I feel like these developer interviews, like when it's like after the league is launched, they are not necessarily as exciting as the ones like right before the league is about to launch, like the introductions, or like the yeah, how can I put it, like, yeah, basically like the introduction of the league and the mechanics and everything. Like those interviews are usually like way more exciting. Thank you, Mounts. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Donald. It's not Harry, it's Henry. Oh my god. Henry, my bad. Yeah, back to the character, my dude. Back to the SSF Fisherman here. For a while, I guess. Hopefully this new mana flask is gonna be good for me. Tier 7, that's a bit low, bro. Yeah, I was really on the so I did put like a bunch more of the map, like I maxed out the capacity. I have 18 map runners right now doing maps for me. Doing like the super low tier maps for me. But that's like really has really like increased the hourly gold that I need for King's March. So yeah, we really need to focus on getting some more gold, and like the dudes in Ciceran's interview with the devs, like they just discussed, the charts is the way to get the gold in this league. It's really the way to go, my dudes. I can probably run. Yeah, I can run quite many voyages soon. Like, I really need to do something about this freaking heist contract situation here. Like, I could just throw them away, but like, I'm playing SSF. I really don't feel like that's the thing to do. Boats and fairy tales. Here we go, my dads. Here we go. Like, also, usually, like, those talks, developers talks with Ciceran after the league has launched, like, it's really... so Ciceran is a player that has been playing Path of Exile since, like, the very beginning, right? So his questions, like, the things he is wondering about, like, it's... A lot of the questions, like, that he is personally asking can kind of, like, go a little bit over the top of the heads of people. Oh, I leveled. Woohoo! Level 90, my dudes. Floats and fairy tales, yes. Yeah, but what I was saying, like, a lot of these questions that, at least like the questions that Ciceran is asking the developers, can be like kind of complicated questions for people to understand, especially like people that don't have the like amount of years in PoE like Ciceran has. So there were some questions. There were some questions that he was asking that, like, I did not necessarily like understand all the things like he was asking about, but I still think it's like interesting to kind of like catch up on some of the things they are talking about, like, even though I don't necessarily understand half of what the heck they are even talking about. Imagine if PoE 3 is in VR. Oh my god, what? And then they would have to like change the isometric top-down approach, I think. Don't you think? It would be really cool, like, if they developed, like, not like so, like, I mean, obviously, we love the top-down isometric PoE, right? But it would be so interesting, like, if they made one in more of, like, a, you know, like, first-person type of style. Yeah, more like Skyrim, yes. I mean, that would be interesting, right? That would be really interesting. Okay, I think I'm gonna just keep going for, like, life stuff, to be honest. There are some really good life nodes at the very beginning here. I mean, they aren't super good, but like they are actually, yeah, you know. Because I think I need to bump up my total life even a little bit more. Okay, so what's 5% extra gonna give me? Okay, it actually gave me like 100 extra life. Okay.
Come on then.
Yeah, I think I need to kind of like start to crawl up like towards as close to 6k as I can get. I don't think like the passives alone though are gonna be enough. So yeah.
Say it plain.
Yeah, I mean, it would be super interesting to have like a a PoE game that's like not top down isometric, because like, you know, it's such a cool story, it's such a cool game, such a cool concept. But like having even more, you know, even more like cutscenes for the big bosses, and like more of like an open world type of feeling. It would have been really interesting.
Ouch! Burned my fingers.
But if we're talking about like the whole gold situation in in this league, like, so basically what you have to do is that you have to farm a bunch of those charts, right? But it's like that big payoff at the big payoff of like doing the mechanic that's like gonna give you that gold. Like, you still have to do all that mapping, so if the gold spread were to change, like instead of getting these like huge piles
In you go.
in the charts and the voyages,
This will be one for the souls.
there could be like piles. Oh my god, that was 5 gem cutters, my dudes. Something is about to get upgraded. Yeah, they could kind of like spread those piles out, you know, in a way. Instead of like having it be like a consequence of like doing the league mechanic. I mean, you still have to farm for the charts, right? They could just add like a banker's strongbox that gives you 10k gold. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh my god, I lost it all. Even those 5 freaking gem cutters. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Why did I not pay attention? It's so humid there. Is it really? Is it bad? So that area felt kind of nasty, so I should have paid more attention there. Like, it just felt nasty from the very beginning. In that chart. Yeah, it's been raining most of the day, so you can feel it in the air. Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty rainy here today as well.
Here we go. This way. Lock it up.
Pretty gray and rainy. Have you seen what's happening in Spain? So, like, the thing, bro, is that I'm trying not to discuss too many, like, political or stuff like that on, I'm trying to not discuss those things on stream. So if it is what I think it is, like, yeah, I would rather not discuss that. If it is what I think it is. You just thought the videos was funny? Like the videos of what is happening down there. Is that what you're saying?
Heave back to the bathysphere. Oh, you bought it for sure. That should have all right.
Like, are people making memes of it and stuff?
Do this.
Yes, memes. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna let Asmongold be like the freaking king of you know, be the source of content like that. Like, I'm not gonna involve myself in anything like that, to be honest. World Cup prize and all this, bro. Yeah, you're giving me some pictures. You're giving me some images.
The snake does it again.
Yeah, I just think that whole situation is kind of sad, to be honest. Like, it's... Yeah.
Vespa, load 'em up.
Enough of that. Let's change the topic.
Here we go.
Let's change the topic.
Lock it up.
Thoughts on guava? The fruit, you mean? Is that what you mean? The fruit? Guava, the fruit. Yeah, what else? Bro, I don't know. Like, it could be some strange, weird stuff, you know? I think it's great. I think it's like one of the best fruits ever. Like, there is this really, really good guava drink. I think the brand is called like Rubicon or something. It's like one of the best guava drinks I've ever had. Yeah, Rubicon guava is amazing, bro. Rubicon is a freaking bro, that's another level, bro. Like, that drink is so good. Like, the only way you can get it though in so it's like an import, it's like an imported good here in Norway. So like, you won't get it like in your regular supermarkets and stuff. Like, you would have to go to is it British? Is Rubicon British? Yeah, you would have to go to like specific like stores to get it. Is it really, bro? You know what? Congratulations. Like that must be like one of your freaking biggest exports, I mean. Because like Rubicon, the Rubicon drink brand, bro, it's so good. It's so good. But the guava one, I think, is like 100% the best one. Bar company, it's British. Oh, okay. Bar, is that a company that like controls a bunch of like... Do they own like a bunch of like snacks and confectioneries and stuff? Iron Brew, Tizer, and Rubicon? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's the parent company. Yeah, we have a company in Norway that's called Orkla. Like, Orkla are doing like a bunch of like confectionaries and snacks and stuff. It's called Orkla. I don't know if they do like a bunch of drinks and stuff, but like they do a lot of like snacks and confectionaries. Viva la Britannia. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules them all. I know the melody to the rest, but like I don't know the words. Da 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 will never 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 fall or something like that.
Back to the battle.
Right? Was that correct? Bro, get to the bathysphere. There we go. Oh my god, bro. There we go. There we go. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Or something like that, right? Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britain's never. No, that's not the rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britain's never shall be slaves. Yeah, yeah. Like I don't know. So like I don't know like the yeah.
Deep breaths.
Yeah, I don't know like the exact like I kind of know the melody, but like the words is yeah. Bro, that has to be one of the most like nationalistic freaking national anthems like ever.
I cannot do this yet.
It's not even a national anthem? No, because national anthem is God Save the Queen, right? Yeah, God Save the King. Bro, you can't change it. If you decided on God Save the Queen, you can't change it, okay? It's still God Save the Queen. You can't save her. Yeah, bro, unfortunately, that's too late. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's your first king in a long time. Who was there before? Like, who was there before Queen Elizabeth? Like, was there another queen before Queen Elizabeth? Yes, her mother. Ah, okay. Was her name Mary? And before her, it was Queen Victoria? Bro, you guys haven't had a king in a long time. Oi. The last king of England was William the Third. Okay. In 1689. Damn, bro. Who is the heir to King Charles? Who is the heir? Like, is it one of like, is it Harry or William? Like, I know what one of them has kind of like, I guess almost like signed himself out of the royal family in a way. Like, I just can't remember which one of them that is. It's William? Yeah.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, he's the next in line, right? He will be William the Fourth. Yes.
One step closer to rich. In you go.
But he's the one, is he the youngest one? He's 44. Yes. Yes, but how old is Harry? He's So I asked, is he the youngest one? And the reply is, he's 44. Is he the youngest one? He's 41? Okay. Or is it like William, he's the oldest one, right? And Harry is 41. Yeah. I see. But Harry, is he the one that's with Meghan? In Canada. Okay, they live in Canada? Yes.
Do this.
Bro, we have a pretty cool royal family. We like they are like a festive gang. Especially like the son of the crown princess. Harry Harry served in the military for 10 years. Yeah. Bro, have you seen the like the son of the crown princess? So I'm gonna call him like the son of the crown princess because like he was he's not like officially a part of the royal family. He's like a child from like an earlier relationship to the crown princess.
Hurry back.
Like, have you, like, are your news covering? Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's the one. Have you seen the stuff about that dude, bro?
Come on then.
You've heard of his convictions, yes. Yeah. Yeah, he's a feisty little fella. Bro, I need to turn in some cards. A struggle cuddler? Yes. Yeah, I'm not very fond of that type of cuddling, to be honest. That's not my type of cuddling. I mean, the woman I'm with, she's quite feisty as well, so she would, like, probably scratch my eyes out and, like, kick me in the dick if I tried anything, anything struggle-related. You gotta shout surprise first. Oh my god, bro. Surprise! Headlock. Bro, that's insane. Bro, that's really insane, bro. You gotta shout surprise first? Oh my god.
Godslayer.
Yeah, we were trading these cards.
Ahoy there.
Godslayer, good day.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Not super exciting cards here, my dudes, but I mean, it's something. It's something. Bro, I really, really need to handle these heist quests, I feel. Like, I just... They are kind of stacking up, and I don't have the heart to just throw them away. Let's go handle them. Is it true that you have a polar bear island? No, that's not true. But if you check out this link right here, if you check out this link right here, this YouTube video right here, I'm giving you an explanation on like the polar bear situation in Norway. Polar Bear Island, the remote Arctic archipelago of Svalbard, has more polar bears than human residents. Yeah, but it's not a part of like...
Stay safe.
Like, yes, it's like on paper, I guess. It's like Norwegian, but it's like not a part of the our daily lives. You know? It's not like part of our daily lives.
Remain vigilant.
So it is a part of... Yes, it is a part...
See you later.
Bro, I already explained this to you. I already explained this to you.
You won't think it through. Sorry? What?
Watch the video if you're still confused.
You want to work with me? Back to work.
Got my contract. Got my contract. Good stuff.
Oh,
Mounts and polar bears, yes.
Just my luck. Farewell.
Okay, was that... Okay, so now we are able to do all of these contracts. Okay, nice. Or I could just stash them. Like, at least, like, I can just stash them. Right? No, I can't. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess I have to do them. Okay, we have to do it. Like they are super annoying in my inventory, so I'm just gonna do it. You know? Like, I'm just gonna do them to get them out of my inventory. You're trying to learn fun facts about Norway? Yeah, I mean, you can fact check stuff with me, so just like find some claims and I will debunk them. Your country has won more Winter Olympic medals than anyone. Yes, that's true. I mean, we are considered like a winter country because we are far up north, you know? We are far up north in the world.
stop right there. Form a wall.
So yes, that's true. Very hay? Very hay? What you mean? What do you mean? Very high?
Get them!
Yes, very high. Very high up north. Very hay up north. Any more? I will debunk them. Oh my god, bro. Honestly, bro. I thought I had way more, like... I thought I have way more time here. Or like way more left on that bar to steal stuff. Bro, this is super dangerous, bro. Just let me escape. Yeah, I was paying way more attention to the chat here. Not paying attention to the game. I see you have a prison-related question. Prisons without bars. Bastay Prison operates as a self-sustaining eco-colony where inmates live in houses and roam freely. Yes! It's like an island. So there is like no way they can actually escape from it, I guess. But yeah, that's true. So still, it's kind of like an island, I guess. And also, I think someone managed to escape from there, if I remember correctly. Yeah. What type of prisoners are there? I mean, it wouldn't be like super, like the most dangerous ones, I think. Like, I wouldn't think like the most dangerous ones are there. It's more like the ones that are just like held up for long periods of time, but they are not like the worst, like murderers and stuff, you know? I have a super interesting story, actually, about the, like one of the most famous prisoners here in Norway. So, right now, so I live in the southern parts of Norway right now, but I used to grow up in the very, very northern parts. And way back, I mean, this is like, yeah, I mean, it's almost like 20 years ago. I used to work as a paramedic. Like, I used to work, like, a paramedic is like the closest title. Like, it's ambulance worker. I was kind of like an ambulance worker, right? And we were driving to the airport in the ambulance. I was driving the ambulance to the airport to pick up a patient from, like, an ambulance plane. And I was supposed to pick up that person, drive that patient, you know, back to the hospital. And as we were, like, driving towards the airport, like, there was this guy, he was, like, jogging, you know, next to the, like, the car road. He was, like, jogging. Not on the road, but on, like, a jogging path or whatever. And he wanted to cross the road. It was this, like, yeah, you know the area where the zebra stripes, where you can actually cross the road. So I slowed down and let this dude, you know, run over to the other side of the road. And he kind of, like, waved to say thank you. And I was thinking to myself, damn, that was like, who the heck was that? Like, it was really, really kind of like a familiar person. Like, he had a really, really familiar face. So I asked, like, the dude I was working with, like, my partner, I asked him, like, who the heck was that dude? Like, he seemed so familiar. And he was like, yeah, didn't you see who that was? And I was like, yeah, like, I saw that there was something, like, super familiar about that guy. But, like, I didn't like catch who it was. And then my partner told me it was this he was like a death metal artist that was like convicted of like a murder of like another like musician like way back. And at that time he kind of like he was doing like the last of his prison sentence in that part where I grew up in the north of Norway. And he actually was out on these like leaves. He could actually just go like he could leave the prison, kind of like as a way to kind of like try to bring this person back into society. So the person that like crossed the road right there and waved at me, he was actually a convicted killer. What do you think about that story, my dude? Like, what do you think about that? That's pretty crazy, right? The backgrounds of the inmates at that prison island, despite being a low-security open prison with no physical fences or walls, the inmate population of around 115 includes individuals who have committed severe crimes. Yeah. Okay, I did not know that. But the thing is, like, they can't escape. That was a wild story. Yeah. Like, it is true, though. Like, I'm not lying here. It's true. But it's kind of crazy. You know who that guy was, bro? I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of him. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of him. It's this dude. This dude right here. This dude right here. He's a Norwegian black metal musician convicted for murder and arson. And he was just casually crossing the street, jogging. Even his name sounds like a Viking. Yes. Okay, here's another claim. Yeah. The Christmas gift. Every year since 1947, Oslo sends a giant Christmas tree to London as a thank you for help during World War II. That's true, my dudes. And we always send the best and the biggest trees. Sometimes there is a lot of wind and snow and stuff, so the tree can get like a little bit rough during like the transport of it. But like it's always like some really nice trees that we are sending. You are welcome. Thank you. I mean, I don't assume you specifically actually helped out. But like maybe your grandparents or something. This is a kind of a cool ring that I got here. It has a Dragon's Fractured modifier, tier 2, increased rarity. It's kind of cool, I have to say. Your granddad was a sergeant major in World War II. I salute your granddad. That's really cool. So if it wasn't for him, I could potentially be streaming from like a whole another country, like a whole different country. Now. Right? Right. He used to tell you crazy traumatizing stories as a child. Bro, my grandmother was also like she was not like like she lived through the war, like she was a young teen, and she's also been telling me some like pretty crazy traumatizing stories, especially when it comes to like food and stuff. Like, she used to get, like, super mad with me if I, like, complained about anything, like, food-related, because she said, like, during the war, the only thing that they had to eat was, like, potatoes and herring. And, like, they would eat potatoes and herring every single day. That's insane. That's insane. Like, can you imagine eating only potatoes and herring? Home of the Kraken? If Norway is the home of the Kraken. The original monster, Norwegian fisherman in the 1500s, invented the legend of the Kraken, inspired by real giant squid sightings. Yes. It is kind of the home of the Kraken, yes. So I have a bit of a sad story. If you want to hear. Like, this is a bit of a sad story. So, and like I like, it makes me a little emotional, even just like thinking about it. But so like my grandfather, he actually lost his life out at sea as like a sea, I was gonna say a seaman. But yeah, he was not like a fisherman, but he was like transporting stuff, and his boat, I don't know the English word, but like his boat sank. Yeah, he was a sailor. Yeah, he was a sailor, and he died like when the boat sank, capsized. Yes. So he was bringing some like some materials or some like groceries, or I don't know. Like he was like bringing that from one side of like a big fjord to like the next one, and yeah, the boat went down. Yeah, so here's the thing, like, this was way before I was even born. Like, my mother was only like 3 years old, so yeah. But I mean, stuff like that, it kind of traumatizes you, because like she was traumatized by it. She was very traumatized by it, and then like, you know, shit like that gets inherited in a way, I would say. Generational trauma. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of sad. But anyway, let's get a better mood up in here, my dudes. Like, we can't talk about sad stuff like that. Any other interesting things? Any other interesting like claims or like facts that we need to fact check? Willy Wonka roots. The author Roald Dahl, born to Norwegian parents, based Charlie and the Chocolate Factory on a real Freya chocolate factory in Oslo. Bro, that's really interesting. I don't know if that's true. I know Roald Dahl. Like, Roald Dahl is like a fantastic children's author. Like, he wrote yeah, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Like, what other stuff did he? Bro, why does it say? Bro, he's a British author, bro. You grew up with his books. Why does it say that he is a freaking British, right? Bro, he was Norwegian. He was Norwegian. Why does it say Roald Dahl was a British author? Really? Yeah, his parents are Norwegian though. Yeah. Yeah, he did Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Matilda, BFG, Big Friendly Giant. That's a good one. The Witches, bro. This freaking the Witches, bro. That book freaking traumatized me as when I was a kid. James and the Giant Peach, bro. That's a freaking classic, bro. Yeah, the Witches movie traumatized you, bro. Same. Like that. Like I don't know who that actor is, like the one that's like playing like the freaking main witch. Roald Dahl has your hairline. Bro, is there any way to like can I like zoom in here? Magnify? Bro. Bro, how is this even possible? Like, it starts almost like in the back of the neck. You was joking because you shave your head? Yeah, but that's because you have a hairline like this, my dude. Bro, how is this even possible? Like, it starts like almost back in the neck. Yeah, but anyway, like Roald Dahl, yeah, he's bro, this dude is fantastic. Like, he wrote so many incredible books. It's clearly thinned from the front back. Yeah, whatever, my dude. Yeah. Yeah, what is some other? Yeah, the Fantastic Mr. Fox. The Twits, like I have not read this one. Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator. I don't know this one either. Boy, Tales of Childhood. Yeah, I think I've heard about that one. But like the most famous ones, I would say in Norwegians. I mean, it's like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's like The Witches, Matilda, and that Peach one, and yeah, also the magical medicine thing. What's the name of that? George's Magical Medicine or something? The Twits was great, bro. I haven't read that one. The Glass Elevator is part 2 of Willy Wonka. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know that one. All right. Any more things? Any more fact checking here, my dudes? That was a good one. That was a really good one. Bro, these ones that you had today are like better, like way better than the ones from yesterday. Like the ones from yesterday was kind of weird. O-horn helmets, contrary to popular contrary to popular pop culture myths, historical Vikings never actually wore helmets with horns. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Like I'm pretty sure that's true.
I cannot do this yet. Intruder!
Like I did not live during the Viking Age, but yeah, as far as I know, like that, it's just like a symbol. It has just become like a pop culture symbol of the Viking. But Viking helmets are iconic with horns, yeah. Yeah, that blows your mind, yeah.
Intruder! We've been spotted. Go on then. Make a mark.
But I mean, like, the Viking thing, you know, is like, it's also like, it was way, way back, you know, in the day. So it's like, you could say, I mean, in one way, like, we are like a huge, like, trading economy. You know, Norway is a huge trading, free market economy. We definitely are. So like like that part has kind of stuck, like the trading aspects of like the Vikings, I guess, but like all the violence and stuff is like, I mean, it's not very relevant these days. Pepsi Max obsession. Norway drinks more Pepsi Max per capita than any other nation, consuming 9% of global production. You know what? I think that might actually be true. Like, believe it or not. I think that might actually be true. You think Norse mythology is awesome? Yes, so do I. I agree. You think 8% yourself? What you mean? You think it's 8? What you mean? You think it's 8% or you drink 8%? You drink 8% yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, Pepsi Max, like, it's so crazy. Like, I don't understand it at all. Like, I don't drink it, the Pepsi Max. Like, I hate the, like, sodas with no sugar in it. Like, I don't see the freaking point. But it's just like, in general, like, people just, Norwegian people just love, like, drinking things that tastes something, you know. Pepsi Max Sherry is amazing. It's a game changer. Trust you, bro. Sherry Coke is cool. Sherry Coke, that's cool. I can mess with that, but like not the like sugarless one. Sherry Coke, yes, that's great. I don't drink a lot of Sherry Coke myself, but like if I had to choose between Sherry Coke and Pepsi Coke, Sherry Pepsi Max, like 100% Sherry Coke. 100%, like not even a shadow of a doubt in my mind about that. Oh snap, I have to go here. Just try Pepsi Max Sherry. Bro, I have tried it, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna try it. It's horrible. Like, I'm not gonna try it again. It's horrible. But that's also, like, one of the sodas that you basically can't get it in, like, the regular supermarkets, I'm pretty sure. Like, you kind of have to go, same with like the Rubicon drinks, like you kind of have to go to a like special store to get it. So we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. But the Rubicon one, Rubicon Guava, bro, we are agreeing on that one.
We bloody did it.
Bird Fortress. The island of Loven accommodates 200 human residents and over 200,000 puffins, making humans the extreme minority. Yes, that's true. Speaking of birds, bro, I've been trying to tell you what happened last night, but like I was even talking with a woman while we had dinner earlier. I was even talking to her about that. Like, it's one of those things that you would just have to freaking be there to believe it. Like, unfortunately, we did not manage to film it because it was like 5 in the freaking morning, and we were both sleeping. So at 5 in the morning, I was woken up by the woman saying there is a magpie inside the freaking apartment. And then she says, oh no, wait, there is 2. So the door to our balcony, right? The door to our balcony was open. And two of these little shits right here. 2 of these little shits was inside the freaking apartment. That's a sign of good luck. Is it? Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what I did. This is the crazy part. Here is what I actually did. So I woke up when she was saying it. I heard like a bunch of like, because they were like trying to get out, right? I did not salute them. I'm gonna tell you what I did. So listen. So I could hear like the commotion going on, you know, out in the living room. And they were kind of like trying to, you know, get out, right? They freaking like knocked down my router, and they knocked down a bunch of stuff that's like just sitting in the window, you know. And I couldn't believe it. It was like, I was like, what the heck? So I just stood up. I stood up from my bed, and I took like the blanket or whatever, you know, the blanket. I just pulled it up in front of me so like they wouldn't attack me. And then I started to think, oh my god, they can actually come in to the room that I was sleeping in. They could actually come in. So I decided to get back in bed, and I kind of hid. Like, I only had like, my eye was like behind the covers, right? I only had my eye like this so I could see if those little shits actually came in to the bedroom. But the woman, she got them out. And I asked her, how the heck did you get them out? Like did you catch them with something? Like, did you catch them like with a net or something? And she said, no, she didn't. Like, she just took them. Just took them like this and kind of like got them outside. Bro, there was 2 of them. Inside the freaking living room, bro. It's insane. It's insane, bro. Do you have herons? Yes, we have herons, but not like in necessarily every single part of the country. But yeah, we do have herons. But they are like in the marshy, or like they are kind of like by the sea, and in like marshes and stuff. Gray herons freak you out? They always land on roofs here. Oh, really? Yeah, it's like the big, like the long beak, like the stork-looking creatures, right? They look like people in bird suits. What? What? What do you mean? People? What do you mean? Do you think so? You think this dude looks like it looks like Gary down the street? The gray hair, and look at this, bro. Look at the haircut. Like that's a little. No, this one is more like Roald Dahl. Like the hairline starts back here. But bro, look at this. Look at this freaking haircut. And they're like 4 feet tall. Yeah. Look like people in bird suits. Bro, look at this dude. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, they are kind of oh my god, bro. That looks like a freaking dinosaur. Yeah, we have herons. But like I don't think we have like the big ones. I think it's like mostly the like the smaller breeds. Yeah, they are kind of freaky though. Take all the gray ones? Bro, this one looks a bit sketchy. Bro, look at this one. Look, he looks kind of sneaky. They are evil? What you mean? I don't think they're evil. Oh my god, look at this one. Like, they look kind of wild. Like, the eyes and stuff, they look kind of wild. They take people's cats. No. They do? Really? They are the size of a 10-year-old child? Are you kidding me? Are they that big? Yeah, we don't have big ones like that here. Yeah, this one looks like a killer right here. He has a couple of cats inside of him. I can see it. They need nerfing? Yes. But like the eye, it looks kind of you know, like it looks kind of crazy. Like look at that eye. It looks kind of crazy. It kind of honestly really looks like almost like a dinosaur. It's the eyes of a killer. But bro, I did not know that they could become so freaking tall. Like here is one like next to a person. So I'm guessing this one is like a small one then. The neck is like a giraffe. Scroll down. It's the woman next to one. Oh, bro, that's quite a huge. This is kind of like, I mean, it's not like the, what the heck, Hilton Pond. I mean, it's not like the greatest like quality on this picture, but you can kind of see like the freaking size of this thing. That's pretty insane. Bro, look at this one. This one is actually eating like a duck or something. What in the actual heck, bro? Bro, this one is actually eating a duck. Yeah, so it could probably easily snatch up a cat, right? Up next to the woman. Okay. On the left side here, or? This one? Yeah, but this one is sitting down. Like the woman is sitting down. Bro, I think this is AI. At least this one is, I think. Compare, yeah, I mean, compared to the pigeon, yeah. Oh my god. But they're not like, they're not attacking people, right? It's not like they're attacking people, right? Just pets?
Greetings.
Oh my god.
I'm here.
Yeah, we have some, so like what we have around here, I mean, we live kind of close to the forest.
Take your time.
Or close to the woods here. And like we have quite a lot of badgers, actually, around here. And like we have some moose in the area as well. And some deers.
Are you drunk, soldier?
The occasional fight with a badger. Yeah, no. Like there is this, like, I don't know if this is true, but like what they say about the badger is like that the badger, like if the badger bites you, if the badger bites you, it's not gonna stop like until he hears your bones cracking. Like, I don't know if this is true, but yeah. But they are very rare to see, and they are mostly like only out in like super late at night or like super early in the morning. So you can very rarely see them. Like some people have seen them like super early, like in their backyards and stuff. But I mean, it's not it's a really like shy animal. It's not an animal that you would see on like a regular basis. Because they have rabies? Yeah, I don't know. I saw one though, once. Like, I couldn't understand what it was. Like, it looked like some type of like beaver or like a enormous rat or something, like crossing the road. It was super rainy, late at night. The foxes carries rabies too, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with those, things. The nameless play. I heard a script will send any who attempt to perform it mad. But other than that, it's very good. Okay. The nameless play. Foxes are always getting into bins. I mean, foxes aren't like, they're supposed to be out in the freaking wilds, right? They're not supposed to be in like people's bins and stuff.
It would be wrong to do that here.
But you have a like the British have quite the hunting tradition on foxes. Am I right?
Greetings.
Just keep me alive. I'll do the rest.
The scream they do is awful. Bro, haven't you heard that song? What does the fox say? They live around here. They live around your place? Bro, aren't you in the freaking ghetto of Manchester? You have foxes in the ghetto of Manchester, bro?
You're gonna regret this.
Yeah, in the suburbs.
All together.
We got company.
Oi!
I got the best of you.
Foxes, badgers, herons, wild rabbits, and occasional deer.
This'll be quick.
You're nicked.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of deer around here, actually. Like, I've seen deer many times around here.
You're dead, creep.
And like when I was walking our big dog, this big Rottweiler we used to have. When I was walking him, like especially if it was like super early in the morning or like late at night, like he would go freaking bananas like all the time, and I would hear like rattling out in the bushes in the woods. But there's a lot of like deer and stuff. You have lots of crows. Crows, those are exotic. Those are the parrots of Britain. But do you have the magpies as well? Like the ones that got into my freaking living room last night? You have those as well? And sparrows? Yeah. Bunch of sparrows. We have that too. Yeah, I would assume like the fauna is pretty similar here and at your place.
Fight like you mean it.
You do your job. What did I do to you?
Fight like you mean it.
Should have run, mates.
Oh, yeah, and bats. Yeah, there's bats here as well. Quite a lot of bats actually. Like we can hear them because they're making this like weird like clicking sound. So we can see them when we're sitting out on like the balcony, where like we can see these little black things just like flying past, and like they're making this very distinct like clicking sound. Fruit bats fly way too low for your liking. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean they are, but fruit bats. So, is it like the big ones or the small ones? Like what type of bats? Like what the fruit bats are those? Like the smaller ones, or are those like the bigger ones? I don't know if we have like a lot of owls. Like I know we have some. Like I don't know if we have a lot of them around in this area. You don't know, you call them fruit bats even though they are not. But there are 18 types. Yeah, but do you have like the big ones? Like do you have like these freaking big ones, or is it like the like this size, like the small ones. Because the ones we have are like, it's the small ones. Because you have some that are, that have like a serious size to them.
Strange.
Marilla turns.
Common bats species found in the Greater Manchester area include the common pipistrelle, soprano pipistrelle, and Dubenton's bat, whatever they are. Yeah, but are they big? Like, are they like a couple of inches, or are they like the
Bye.
freaking size of a grey heron? You know?
Yeah? Well, it ain't great.
Like, what size would it be? Any heist member can equip this item. Okay. Yeah, so we should give these items to the heist members, right?
Got the perfect powder for this job.
Vindere?
Got the perfect powder for this job.
Okay, can I give this, like, before I enter the tunnel here, can I give this cloak to Vindere? Vindere? I can? Okay, nice. So now we have 2% reduced raising of alert level. Nice. Including wingspan or no? Yeah, I'm meaning, yeah, not necessarily like, so the ones we have, like with the wingspan, I guess they would be something like this, like a couple of inches. But like without the wingspan, it's probably like this. I don't know, like the size of the size of a finger or something. Like the size of your middle finger. I mean, not as slim as the middle finger, but like the length of it. Some of the bodies are bigger than your hand. Oh my god. Yeah, those are big. Like, I would say, like, they are not like the giant ones, but like those are pretty big bats. I would say. Pretty big bats.
Yes, yes, I have just the moron. Moronic moron. Don't underestimate me.
Yeah, those are pretty big bats. I'm not quite sure what species the ones we have here are. But I would definitely say like they are on the smaller scale, and they kind of live out in these caves and stuff nearby.
Let's pop this little sucker open. Stop hitting me, you nitwit.
There's even this dude in like the village or like the area that I live in. There's even this dude who is actually like an expert on those things. Like he has a bunch of bats. Kind of like it's like they're not inside his house, but they are kind of like he has like made this addition to his house where he kind of like keeps a bunch of those bats. Batman? Yeah, he's a Batman, yes. Like, he's not the Batman, but he is a Batman. Yeah, he's a kind of cool guy. Like, I don't know him personally. Like, I know who he is. But, like, I don't know him personally, but, yeah.
Out of the way.
He's a cool dude. He's a super bat nerd, you know? He must be some like scientist or like research, like bat researcher or something.
Really?
Like a professor in bats. He's a cool guy, though.
Out of their way! You sure? Help! I'm too young to die!
Embrace your end!
Fight your way out!
Do you have any other of those fun facts you want checked? I mean, I'm open for a couple of more if you have them.
Just keep. They just. Oh, my heart. Oh,
Frozen babies. Parents regularly leave their babies to nap outside in strollers during sub-zero winter temperatures, believing the fresh air boosts immunity. That's true, my dudes. Also, we love taking baths in like ice water during the winter time. Yeah, I mean, no, it's totally normal here. The babies are sleeping outside. Yes, I mean, they are freaking wrapped, like heavily wrapped into like almost these like little sleeping bags and stuff. And in the strollers, I mean, they are super wrapped. It's not like they are in the stroller in their nappies, right? They are like heavily clothed, like really winter clothes, and yeah, I mean, it's totally normal. Like, I did it, my kids did it. Yeah, it's totally normal. I did one crazy thing though one time. When it comes to like swimming in ice water and stuff, like we was doing, like me and a couple of my buddies, we were doing this like almost this like Christmas calendar show for like the local newspaper. And we were like going around the town, like exploring the different weird activities, like the different weird activities that you can do around in the city. And there is this like ice water swimming club in that town, and they are out there, like this was freaking, I mean, in the middle of December, they were out there like swimming in the freaking ocean, bro. Like going for swims in the freaking ocean mid-December. I mean, that's insane.
It's all the same in the end.
Trespassers!
That's totally insane. Like, and we were supposed to kind of like cover this. Like, we were kind of like journalists covering this. And we had to freaking swim.
We've been sighted.
We had to freaking swim as well. And like, to put it like this, like, I did not swim. I went out there. I like went under with my kind of like my lower body. And then like I just stayed by the campfire for like a couple of hours, just trying to get the heat back into my bones. You just booted up Monster Hunter?
Surrender or die!
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy experience, the freaking ice water swimming thing that we did there. Pretty crazy. Yeah, bro, I've done some weird stuff in my past. Or like a lot of fun stuff.
No time to waste. Poor paths, bad craftsmanship.
And it's nice that I can share it with you, my dudes. It's nice. We can laugh about all the weird stuff that I've done and all like the weird stuff that's happening to me. Right?
Comes a beating.
Yeah, like sometimes I'm just like in such a story mode, like I enjoy sharing these weird and crazy stories with you guys.
Poor paths, bad craftsmanship.
I mean, it's not gonna be every stream, so like don't get your hopes up on that one, but yeah. Sometimes I'm just in the mood.
Advice on.
I'm just in the mood of sharing funny stories.
Zootikins, here comes a beating.
Okay, I only have like one more of these contracts, I think, to kind of clear up my inventory from all these contracts clogging up the space.
Is this the part?
And then I need to start thinking, like, what am I gonna focus on next? Yeah, that was... No, we still have one more. Okay. What do I do with these things, though? Like, can I sell them to, like, Faustus? No, he doesn't want them. Reveal blueprint details? No. What the heck do I do with these things? Can we put them in the heist locker? No. Okay, do I have to take them to... Okay, let's talk to Isla.
My invention.
Yes, okay. And talk to Vindere. So I can turn in this other thing. Okay, nice. Okay, that's it. No more freaking... Oh, hold up. We have two more. Never mind. We have two more. Yeah, I'm just gonna do them just to get them out of my inventory, basically. Like, that's the main reason why I'm doing them right now. I just want to get them out of my space.
Keep it simple, yeah?
But like the magpie situation from last night, my dudes, like what in the actual heck? I feel like that's like a once in a lifetime thing.
Incoming.
Like I feel like the chances of that happening is so low. But what we kind of think is that we think that they have like this nest or something close by, because those magpies that were in here last night, they were so small. We think they were like babies. Like chicks. Magpie chicks. So they are kind of like exploring and, no,
Should have stayed out of it. Nah, go on.
you know.
Stop there.
You forgot how fun Monster Hunter is?
Back in line.
Bro, that big, like, lizard, dinosaur, hairy, yellow thing is kind of cool. Yeah, Monster Hunter is a cool game series. I'm hoping for, like, in like, further updates or, like, iterations of that game, I'm hoping that they are adding, like, even more freaking weird monsters and stuff that we need to hunt. The Jaguara, yes, that's the one. The Jaguara, bro, that's a memorable one. That's a funny monster. That's Monster Hunter Worlds, yeah. Yeah, what are you playing? Just regular Monster Hunter? Wilds, yes. So is Wilds the newer one? Like where is Wilds in the lines of releases?
Just keep him up in the hand, rookie.
It's the latest one, the open world one? Oh, really? Nice. How is it like is it very similar to like the earlier ones? Like how is the open world aspect of it? Like is it good? It's convenient that it's like open world, you mean?
Ahoy there.
Yeah, instead of going back to the hub every mission. Yeah. Yeah, so how do you kind of like how do you turn in like the missions? Do you have like different camps scattered all around, or like how does that work? Yeah, I'm going to the toilet, be right back. It's camps and pop-up camps and stuff. Yeah, it sounds cool. Like I feel like Monster Hunter as a franchise, like it has so much potential. Be right back. You love Monster Hunter Souls combat too? Yeah. Souls-like combat. Yeah. Yeah, I think Monster Hunter is a cool franchise. I feel like, so I haven't played Wilds, so I don't know like how that like compares to World. I'm not sure about that. But like I really enjoyed World. It's quite similar with combat, but you can have 2 weapons. I forgot something, be right back. Yeah, like I wouldn't say I'm any expert on Monster Hunter, but like I really like the concept of it. It's a really cool concept. Okay, so I guess we're done with this contracts that were just like sitting in our inventory. Now we can get back to the charting. It's boss fight after boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, and kind of like the way you have to track them, and yeah. It's cool. Does it have like the similar systems as Wilds? Sorry, a World? You can't wait for the Wilds expansion? Okay, have you completed it? Are you like New Game Plusing now, or? Yes, both on PS5 and PC. Oh my god. Really? There is no New Game Plus? Oh, okay. Just endgame grinds? Okay, so what can you get from like doing the endgame grinds? Like, what are the rewards? Okay, let's grab the 73s. Some 74s. It's RNG for like a perfect weapon for your build. Oh, okay. I see.
In you go.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool concept. Like really cool concept. Monster Hunter. It's quite a simple concept, right? But like it's just so well done. yeah, I'm not saying the game is simple. I'm saying the concept of the game is quite simple. I'm not saying like that the game itself is a simple game. But like the concept of it is kind of simple. It's like you track down monsters, you kill them or capture them, and I mean, that's it, right? That's pretty much it, right?
Esper, load 'em up. We don't have long.
No? Bro, that's how I remember it. That's how I remember Monster Hunter. You freaking track down the monsters, you capture them, or kill them, and yeah, that's it. You have to follow their tracks and stuff. That's some of it? Yeah, okay, so what it's like, what complexity do you think that I'm missing in that explanation of it? Oh, we need to get back, we need to get back, we need to get back, we need to get back. Oof, there we go. There we go.
Patched it up all right. Here we go. Vesper, light it up.
Gold piles, let's go.
I cannot do this yet.
Bro, why can't I jump up here? Come on, bro. Look, it's a massage in a bottle. It's fishing, bug capturing, egg retrieving, the bounty system, gamba system. Yeah. Yeah, but like basically it's just like hunt down the monsters and capture them or kill them. Like, let's be honest. Like that's the that's the main part of it. Venopuncture. Was that the stink feet? No. Barusso's Ambition. Grants level 20 Ravenous skill. Enemies display their monster category. 110% increased evasion energy shield, chaos rests, and increased movement speed. Bro, what is the Ravenous skill? Yeah, then the Elden Dragons, the tempered versions, the Arc tempered versions. Yeah, you just hunt them down and capture them too, right? That's basically what you do. You hunt them down and capture them.
Here we go. Here's one more.
Yeah, some are a bit more complex. Yeah, yeah, like some of them you have to kind of like lure them out and stuff, right? But I mean, it's not a super complex. Like, it's not like you don't need like a freaking bachelor's degree in that game to understand it, right?
Back to the bathysphere. One step closer.
But I mean, it's so I mean, it's definitely not like a hack and slash thing. Like it's a more of like you have some like a little more like strategic aspects to it, but like the complexity isn't. Yeah. Yeah, but for example, in Worlds, there is a monster less than 1% have beat. It's called Fatalis. Okay, have you beaten that monster?
Vesper, light it up.
Yes. You got his armor. Nice. It's a huge flex. So what you're telling me is that you did not like buy that just to kind of like flex. You actually earned it. Is that what you're saying? Be honest. Be honest. You can only craft it with RNG parts from him? Yeah. But you didn't answer my question. Did you buy the parts? Or did you grind the parts? Be honest. Be honest. How would you buy the parts? I don't know. But I feel like that's the type of stuff that you would actually know how to do. There is no trading. Oh, okay. Okay, I believe you. I'm just gonna be, I'm just gonna be skeptic until I'm like proven wrong, Okay, so we don't have any more 73s, 74s. So we have to kind of like hop on the 75s, but maybe I could see like if I can do just a voyage with like 74 being the max tile level. Let's try to see if we can do that. Keeping 74 at like the max tile level here. As the max tile level. Got a 73 corner here. 73 corner. Oh, that was not the one I was looking for. 73 corner here. And then we're just going to do like this little boop right in the middle. And then we begin the voyage. What happened to burden of proof being on the accuser? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. I'm just messing with you.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, so the monster level here is 74. That's good. Yeah, like 77 could like potentially be a little bit dangerous for me. So I'm kind of like trying like slowly upping the tiers here. Like 76, I should be able to do like pretty comfortably as well. But like 77 has given me some issues before. But I mean, I did upgrade my armor, my body armor. It's a bit too early to do the capsule. Bro, imagine if we had like those plunder chests as well, like the corals and the plunder chests as well, down here in the deep water. Imagine if we had the plunder boxes and the corals, so we could just like freaking sustain the voyaging. Like we didn't have to like farm the maps to get them. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? If we had the plunder boxes and the corals down here. You always love the crossovers that they do. The Monster Hunter. The Witcher and the Final Fantasy ones in World was so good. I can't remember playing that, to be honest. Like, were those some type of expansions, or I can't remember playing those. Event quests? I like the event quests. Gold. Let's go. 300 and almost 40k now. Well, imagine if they did something cool with like the divination cards in this game. Like, imagine if there were some type of system where you could kind of like play the cards or something. Like a mechanic where you could kind of like play the cards. Bro, that would be cool. I mean, right now you're just like getting them and turning them in for some loot. And some of them are like harder to get. But like there's no other mechanic to it, right? More gold. Let's go. Yeah, I wish it was some type of mechanic like that. Where we could like do something more with those cards. Like maybe even have like yeah, almost like a card game thing. And we could kind of like get a divine. We could gamble for cards With the potential of like winning better ones or something. Like, wouldn't that be great? Oof, how many cards are we getting? Okay, I'm filled up. Okay, let's go activate this capsule. Send some stuffs back up to the surface. Yeah, it's gonna be good to get that divine back up there, bro. Bro, send it up. Bro, I swear sometimes I have to click it twice for it to go up. We are approaching the 4-hour mark, my dudes. This is actually the second stream I've done today, so I've actually done like 6 hours today. 2 bonus hours, my dudes. 2 bonus hours of this magnificent content. How about that, my dudes? How about that, my dudes? Yeah, I'm trying to stick to the 4-hour thingy, so to the 4-hour session. So I do have some time to kind of like also make some videos and stuff. Mounts DLC, bro. DLC stream. Expansion stream. Bro, that sounds really cool. But I guess like this is the main one, and like the one that I did earlier for a couple of hours, that was like the DLC, right? Bro, that's actually kind of a cool concept. Maybe I should start calling like the extra streams like DLCs and expansions. That's such a cool idea, actually. Jewel? Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of the essence stuff down here, to be honest. Like, it's really not for me. Like, maybe when I'm like even stronger, maybe that's gonna be like a fun thing to do, but like right now I feel like I'm basically just trying to stay away from it. Stay away from the essences, to be honest. All right, that was quite profitable right there. Yeah, I've just been so high energy the last couple of days. Like, it feels really nice. So high on the energy, my dudes. It feels really nice. Like kind of like charging. Like I feel charged, you know? I feel charged. I feel motivated, pumped, and charged. I feel like ready for a fall of like a late summer and fall of freaking bunch of streaming, my dudes. Let's do this, my dudes. Okay, this is actually a little dangerous here. I need to be careful. Need to be careful. Like, when I get that speed shrine down here, like, that can be a little bit crazy. Because I can get, like, entangled in some crazy stuff. And, like, since I have the speed buff, like, it's almost like I can't freaking see whatever the heck is going on. And then I'm just, like, engaging with something that I shouldn't. And, whoop, just like that, one shot. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god. Bro, that was so freaking close, bro. That was so close. Bro, I'm gonna take these things. I'm gonna send them back up to the surface. Just in case here. Because I have to run back. Run back. Bro, can I call? No, I cannot call the bathysphere here. Okay. I think I'm just gonna risk it with these things. Like, I'm probably gonna make it back, no problem. So no worries, my dudes. Bro, what? Got some extra flames here. Sorry, lanterns. Oh my god, bro. So many monsters here. Like, where is the... Bro, I'm doing some stupid stuff now. Yeah, okay, let's go back here. This is the beginning, right? Yes, okay. Great. Yeah, that was a nice voyage. Like, we got some nice stuffs here. A little bit of gold, a little bit of currency, a little bit of the good stuff, you know? A little bit of the good stuff. Nice. GG totem action going on there, my dudes. Alright, boom, almost 500,000 gold. But, my dudes, that's gonna be it for this session. Let's just have a quick look at the loot we collected here. Bunch of cards, a divine, 3 exalts. Yeah, I mean some nice stuffs here, my dudes. Bunch of scarabs cards. Scarabs cards, divines and stuffs, you know? Alright, my dudes. Okay, so that's gonna be it, my dudes. That's gonna be it. As usual, this has been Mounts and Fairy Tales, and you have been you. I appreciate you hanging out, watching my streams, either live or like as VODs. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your evening, your night, or whatever the heck the time is where you are at. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the crazy stories, the gameplay, the coverage of the dev interview, and everything else. That's gonna be it for now, my dudes. If you like what you see, hit me up with a like. If you want more content like this, consider subscribing. That's gonna be it for now, my dudes. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one. Peace out, my dudes.